So, once more, officially, welcome to the second day of our 9th European Remembrance Symposium. And I invite you to the first panel discussion, which is called Remembrance in Action, Everyday Challenges and Recommendations for the Future. It makes a part of the conference on the future of Europe launched by the European Commission. And here I invite to the stage, first of all, Sergei Metlev, who is the moderator of that panel, Konstanze Itzel from the House of European History, Dr. Łukasz Kamiński from Platform of European Memory and Conscience, Rafał Rogulski, European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, and online there will be Oriol Lopez Badel from European Observatory of Memories. Please.
We have a friend here, Birdie. I think this symposium is special because we found a new friend. It's a bird, and we can name him a, for example, recent history bird or commemorational bird or something like that. Good morning, dear friends. The second day of the symposium starts with discussion, remembrance in action, everyday challenges and recommendations for the future. Since it takes place within the framework of the Conference of the Future of Europe, the task of this discussion is to produce proposals that would help to foster European remembrance, culture and dialogue about the recent history, also to preserve and disseminate the knowledge about the European 20th century. The debate will be documented and its results will be published, and later on you can also comment them and so on. And our panelists are today Director of the House of European History, Konstanze Itzel. Via Zoom, we have coordinator of the EU-Rome European Observatory on Memories, Oriol Lopez Badel. Somewhere in the sphere, Director of the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, Rafał Rogulski. President of the Platform of European Memory and Consciousness, Łukasz Kamiński. And with me, you have already met yesterday, Sergei Metlev, the member of board of the Estonian Institute of Historical Memory. Our distinguished panelists, as representatives of their organizations, have produced a list of proposals. In the beginning, I would like to give about 5 minutes to each of them to present the proposals. After each short presentation, I will ask a blitz question, and I will be waiting for a short answer. The questions might be a bit sharp, but they are not actually planned as a provocation. They are planned to make this discussion a bit more dynamic and interesting for the people who are at the moment looking at us at their devices or physically here. And the public will be warmly welcomed to comment on the postulates of the organizations, express their own opinions, and so on. I would like to give floor to Mrs. Itzel first.
Yes, good morning. Is this already on? Yes, okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having invited us. I am representing the House of European History Museum in Brussels. It is a museum that presents the 19th and 20th century history of Europe. It tries to present, I would like to say, because there are quite some people that contest its content, but there are also very happy visitors. I would like to stress from the beginning that it is a museum that was made by a team of historians and art historians that we recruited from across Europe. It is owned and financed by the European Parliament, but it's not a political outlet of the Parliament. It's a museum. So what I'm going to say is not a political statement, it's a museum team statement based on our experience. I would like to make 3 points from our experience on working on history from a transnational perspective and trying to build this museum. It's been 12 years for me that I've been seeing the difficulties, and the 3 points are actually thoughts and recommendations that are not exactly directed to EU institutions or the Conference of the Future of Europe. They can be also, but I think that they can be thought about by any organization dealing with the past or dealing with remembrance. So first point would be about the layers of looking at history, the content levels. The second point would be about encounters and exchange. And the third point would be some methodological considerations. And very short, so what we have realized from working with objects from 200 lending institutions, and some lenders might be here, which I would like to thank because we try to bring together objects from across Europe, is that any object, any material remain, any document speaking about history can speak about different layers. It can illustrate family history, it can illustrate national history, it can illustrate a European way of looking at history, or it could be representative for global history. So what I would like to advocate for is to look at these different layers in different institutions, not only in ours. For example, in a city, you could see the city's history as part of European history or global history, and you could interpret the heritage like that. And I think that these layers, they are not mutually exclusive, and they can be combined with each other. The second point is engaging actors into encounters and exchange. So what we have realized, we studied our visitor profiles, and as we are unfortunately, I might say, located in the west of Europe, we had, prior to COVID, mainly southern and western European visitors, and this is very regrettable. It is a unique chance to inform Western Europeans about the rest of the continent, but we miss out on half of the continent. And as Timothy Garton-Ash, for example, has stressed, the most important thing today in Europe is to listen to each other's narratives and to get to know each other's narratives. So for me, the most important step forward would be to develop more content that can be seen anywhere. So develop more digital formats, develop more traveling exhibitions, cooperate more, so that the stories of, let's say, Estonians can be heard in Malta or of Spaniards in Poland and vice versa. So in our museum, we worked on the digital projects, online collection, virtual museum, podcasts and all that with our small team. We do what we can, but I think we should all work on fostering these formats that can be seen anywhere in Europe so that we know more about each other's points of view on history. And the third point, finally, the methodological considerations. I think we will never arrive to an agreement on what to remember as a matter of priority. Everybody has their own memories, and it's important to know that they might differ, the points of view might differ, but we could agree on a methodology of remembering, and that's what one colleague of mine also has suggested, Markus Brutsch, who suggested from the culture of remembrance to the culture of remembering, meaning that we could agree on certain frameworks with which we remember. And yesterday somebody mentioned multi-directional memory as a term which also for our museum works very well. I mean, you could see the competition of memories in the criticism around our museum, because in our museum there's a small space and we had to make compromises and many groups feel underrepresented. But in this underrepresentation, you can see the competition, the memory competition, but I think we should move beyond that, and we should see how the memory of one victim group benefits the memory of others. So multidirectional memory, or as has been suggested recently, agonistic memory, so to agree that there are disputes could be a good framework. And then also I think that we should always work based on facts, based on academic research, and not on political objectives. So that is more or less what I wanted to say. 3 points, but we can discuss them, of course, and these are based on the experience of working in a transnational context. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. So, a blitz question for you. Of course, it's taken a bit out of the context. Sorry for that, but still. in your paper, you have used terms like transnational, global, cosmopolitan, to characterize the way of thinking about the European historical heritage that should help prevent tensions and cultivate empathy between the nations. Is there a place for a unique national historical experience in that way of thinking?
Thank you for the question, very pertinent. I think it's part of the same story in a way. So I will take as an example our showcase about the revolutions and the national movements of the 19th century. It's about the national history, but about national histories. So it's about new nation states that were born in the 19th century, and the objects are juxtaposed. But this national, how can I say, the history of those nations is part of European history, and even the national movements of that time were a European phenomenon. So I think it's not mutually exclusive for us. That's what I was trying to say with the different layers of looking. It's another perspective that we can take on history, but one doesn't exclude the other in our point of view.
Thank you. Now I would like to address our panelists via Zoom. Mr. Lopez Badel, please, floor is yours. Let's make it maximum 5 minutes, please.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Sergey, and thank you to our friends of the INRS for the invitation. And good morning to the other panelists, Rafael, Constance, Lukas. I'm really sorry for not being able to be here in Tallinn with all of you, but let's do the presentation. Well, I'm representing the European Observatory on Memories, the EUROM for its short name, which is a platform promoted by the University of Barcelona Solidarity Foundation with the support of the European Commission. EUROM was founded already 9 years ago, and today in our network we gather 53 organizations, 53 partners from universities to museums or memorial sites from different parts of Europe and even beyond Europe that work together with the aim of enhancing, let's say, memory policies. I'm not just telling this for our self-satisfaction, let's say, but as an example that in our field of expertise, there is a real need for collaborating, for exchanging knowledge, best practices, and points of view as well. So one of the postulates or recommendations that we can make from EUROM for the future of the remembrance policies in Europe is precisely this, is working with a transnational perspective. A transnational perspective that can contribute to acknowledge diversity, as Constance was mentioning, and at the same time to foster European identity. So diversity and European identity. Also, we support working with a multidisciplinary perspective, meaning this to work with different, with a variety of actors, always from the most reliable academic research. I mean, we are part of the university, we have no choice, but engaging a variety of actors such as artists, for example, journalists or filmmakers. All with the aim to widen a bit the scope in promoting public remembrance. In this regard, another recommendation would be fostering citizens' participation in memory policies, giving to regular citizens the necessary tools and resources that can lead to a very interesting bottom-up initiatives. Sometimes from the institutions, we don't see that the power that citizens themselves have. More specifically, we think that it is unavoidable to engage young audiences in public memory projects, taking into account that the way we look to the past has an enormous influence in present societal behavior. We must succeed in engaging youth to avoid that in the future, when direct witness will perish, the narratives of the past could be heritage controlled exclusively by the institutions. So we need really young people to be involved in our work. If you want, taking them from the entire process. I mean, from the very beginning of the initiative to the end, to the results. Also, linked to this postulate or recommendation, we of course stand for an education system that explains the past from the challenges of the present. Challenges of the present, such as the rise of far-right movements, as you already have been discussing, racism, or any form of discrimination. So educating from historical knowledge with responsibility. And last but not least, we would recommend to all institutions, local, national, and of course EU institutions, to secure long-term support or long-term funding, if you want, to organizations developing public policies of memory. Listen, the weakness of organizations like ours, and I'm sure that some of the panelists will agree, is that a lack of resources can suddenly end with the work done for years in this struggle for a more conscious and democratic European society. So that's briefly my initial presentation, and I'm at your disposal, Sergey.
Thank you. I have a blitz for you too. In your proposals, you have pointed out following. Invite third countries to participate in EU-promoted projects. I suppose you meant recent history-based projects. Of course, European organizations have a lot of contacts with colleagues from countries like Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia. But how do you think, are we as Europe ready, and actually do we need to have a global dialogue on the 20th century history with countries, third countries like, for example, Turkey or Russia or perhaps China?
Well, China is a bit far from our scope, but let's say that we have Turkish partners, the Hrant Foundation, for instance, in Istanbul, which is an organization that gathers Armenian society in Turkey. So it's very interesting to see how they are defending the Armenian people's rights in a conflictive context. Also, we work quite close to our colleagues in the Balkans, not only in Slovenia and Croatia, which are, of course, EU member states, but also in Bosnia or Serbia. We have also, to move to another part of the world, we have also partners in Norway or even in the States, okay? I mean, Europe is more than the European Union. So if we pretend to have clear knowledge about the past, we cannot avoid working with them. And we should be aware that, for instance, talking about the colonial times, I mean, European countries, European states were the beginning of all colonial system. So we should accept this. We should work with these third countries, Latin America, even Africa. I mean, to acknowledge people about the real past, the real European past. I don't know if I answer your question.
Yes, thank you. Now I would like to give floor to Mr. Rogulski.
Thank you very much. Our recommendations are addressed mainly to the EU institutions, the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council, because they have a real impact on the formulation of policies, on the commemoration and dissemination at history at transitional level, and also they have tools for supporting also our projects. We formulate the postulates which I'm about to present based on our experience. For 16 years now, the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity has been working for dialogue on history in the international environment with 461 partner institutions from 39 countries. The experience has been acquired through organization of almost 200 international projects. So on that basis, we postulate to support, firstly, to support continuous intellectual exchange about history and memory between different minded researchers, intellectuals, and humanists from different countries. The European debate on memory should be lively and meaningful. In the ongoing discourse, it must be open and inclusive. And for that, the cycle of participants must be diverse and representative of different narratives, sensitivities, and intellectual currents. Secondly, to take care of dissemination of knowledge of history among Europeans. It is highly important for the EU institutions to engage in the commemoration and dissemination of knowledge about historical facts, figures, and of course about historical processes of great importance for the identity of European nations, both those related to tragic and dark pages of history, and those associated with joyful, creative, and constitutive event for Europe. We all need a develop of international level, good habits connected with the history of our continents. This can be carried out through educational schemes and social campaigns, the establishment of symbolic days of remembrance, supporting and organizing specific initiatives, or finally through symbolic and ceremonial gestures with the participation of the key EU politicians and officials. This is quite important that they have time also for such event. Third, to take care of the quality of historical knowledge. We have seen, especially in recent years, marked by the rapid development of new communication technologies, that how easy it is to spread disinformation, manipulate historical facts. All activities undertaken and supported by the EU institutions in the field of dissemination of knowledge of history should be based on the latest historical research. It is crucial to present historical facts and processes against a broader historical background, to make it easier to understand their significance and to avoid a clear ideological bias. At the same time, the EU institutions should take systematic and coordinated action to counteract lies and manipulation concerning history. Measures for the dissemination of history and care for the quality of information on this subject require substantial and financial outlays and cooperation with a wide range of experts such as historians, educationalists, journalists, and new media specialists. Next, the identify of and monitoring conflicts of memory while supporting dialogue and understanding. The significance of many historical processes, events, and figures is debated and evaluated in different ways. The role of the EU institutions should be to support the identification and monitoring of the existing and potential conflicts of memory, and then to seek to mitigate them, to promote understanding and reconciliation. However, this must be done in a way that involves the various parties to the dispute and respects their different worldviews, of course, opinions and historical experience also. Later, number 5, to provide sustained support for the most effective models of cooperation as regards European remembrance, models developed by various organizations. We propose that the European Commission should ensure long-term support for the most effective models of cooperation developed by various organizations, thus creating a coherent complementary program of activities which would make use of the know-how, experience, and methods of operation, as well as international contacts already developed by those institutions. Then, number 6, to ensure openness and inclusion of new organizations. Having participated for years in the European Commission's grant programs for European remembrance, we can observe that they are becoming more and more complex, setting a high entrance threshold, in particular for young, less experienced organizations. Understanding that high requirements and level of complexity of the application are to guarantee high level of professionalism of organizations provided with the EU funding and hopefully the quality of projects, we wish to highlight the need to ensure access to EU funds also for young and less experienced organizations. And last but not least, to make use of the experience, expertise, and working methods developed by existing organizations active in the field of remembrance. So we invite the European Union's institutions to cooperate and benefit from our experience, contacts, experts, and analysis. I would like to mention, for example, here, a set of standards for responsible international discourse on history titled Guidelines for International Discourse on History, developed by historians cooperating with the ENRS, containing 8 basic principles and to date signed by 134 persons, historians, heads of institutions and intellectuals from 34 countries. The document may serve as a starting point for a discussion on the standards of our work disseminated in the EU level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In your proposals, you have mentioned that EU institutions should take systematic and coordinated actions to counteract lies, negationism, and manipulation concerning history. Do you mean systematically reacting and answering to the falsifications of history with facts or something else? Because if it's that, I have a slight feeling that with this, there might be a risk of always running behind the train.
I think we should be prepared for different situations, and we should be prepared for different lies and manipulations. To be prepared, we have to monitor and to know what can be, what can come to us. So we need to be clear that there are different institutions, different countries, different governments in the world which are not always friendly to us, not only to us as a European Union, but to us as some countries from European Union. And this is in our own interest to be prepared and to react if it is necessary, because not always this is necessary to react. We should do our work, so we should support the discussion, the discourse about the history based on a research. And if we do that, if the level of knowledge in our countries will be higher than it is, this is the best best vaccine against manipulation and lies.
Thank you very much. And please, Mr. Kaminsky.
Thank you very much. So I represent Platform of European Memory and Conscience, which is a younger sister of ENRS, because 2 weeks ago we turned 10, so we are still not mature, but we are growing. In this moment, there are 68 organizations and institutions present in our network, and I am referring to ENRS not just to start this way, my presentation, but it's a kind of formal bond because ENRS is directly mentioned in our statute, and it's our obligation even to cooperate. And I think it's a good model for other organizations to think, first of all, about the cooperation and common projects. So we are also following the ENRS way in presenting our postulates. They are maybe a little bit formal because we hope that our voice will be heard at the level of European Commission. And I take also this little bird flying around us as a sign of this hope, because maybe some of you are familiar with our reader to the secondary schools, lest we forget. And we have exactly the same bird on a cover, and this bird is sitting on a barbed wire. But we treated this picture as a sign of hope that reconciliation is possible, that we can deal with the past and we can achieve some successes. But coming back to our proposals, I would like to start with a particular request, which is to create on European level an institutional basis for dialogue. Because I fully agree with Constance that we need to extend the scope of the presence in digital form of various tools, etc. But we also need the old style analog places to conduct a dialogue. And of course, right now we have the House of European History, but in fact it's the only one institution on European level which allowed us to conduct a dialogue, and you already mentioned those who were critical towards the exhibition. Platform is among them. But I think one of the reasons why our criticism was so severe maybe for you was that it was the first and the only vision of European history. And with more plural approach, I think it would be easier to conduct a dialogue. Our second proposal is not ours, in fact. More than 10 years ago, European Parliament, in the important resolution on European conscience and memory, asked us all to build pan-European memorial to all victims of totalitarian regimes. And unfortunately, this demand of European Parliament is still not fulfilled. We, as a platform, we conducted a few years ago a competition for the artists. We selected the proposal, how this memorial could look like, but it's still not done. And I think it's a little bit more than a symbolic gesture, because based on my own experience, but I think it's experience of many of us, common work on commemoration of the victims help us to understand each other. And if we could commonly build such a memorial, such a monument, it would help us to understand our difficult past. Cultural creators were already mentioned, and I think it's also important to find a way to support those of them who are preparing projects connected with problems of our recent past, because their projects usually doesn't fit to the general, for example, competitions for artists which are organized on European level, because they are in some way more complicated. They are conducted different way, and it's our almost daily basis experience that those artists are looking for help in our platform, for example, and unfortunately we don't have such resources to support this kind of projects. To conduct a good quality policy on remembrance, we also need a knowledge.
Excuse me, I have a question to the organizers. Could you switch off this music? I don't know if you hear this music, but we still hear the music, and this is not very helpful by concentrating.
Yes. And it can make
ja võib-olla
me
keegi
more
meie
radical.
meeskonnast, I m talking in Estonian, saab rääkida teise ürituse korraldajaga, sest meil on selline vaikust nõudev asi. I think that just somebody is having a repetition of a concert. We'll talk with them immediately.
I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah, so returning to the good quality politics, it should be based on knowledge, and we don't have any knowledge about the state of European consciences regarding the past. We have a good tool, which is Eurobarometer opinion poll, and it was never used to research in this area, because if we want to discuss, for example, problems connected with the Second World War, it would be good first to know what is the state of art in the sense of European remembrance. Yes, what is the imagination in various regions regarding this part of our common past. And the last, of course, it's just a selection. Our experience is that during those 10 years, we were at least 3 times directed to another commissioners who were responsible for European remembrance. So it's constantly changing. So I think every 7 years or even every 5 years rather, with the new commission, the new commissioner, I mean not the person, but the area of responsibility is responsible for this task of remembrance. Right now, my impression is that it's in fact divided among 2 commissioners. The majority is under Commissioner of Justice, but I think also this commissioner responsible for European way of life is also somehow connected with those issues. So our proposal is to create something like a liaison office inside the European Commission to contact with all organizations on various levels who are dealing in this field. Thank you.
Thank you. My blitz question was actually addressing that issue of the memorial, that idea of the common memorial for the victims of totalitarianism in Europe. I feel that to build this memorial, we need to face one of the most emotional discussions in the history of European history discussions, because if we're talking about one huge exceptional place, it is something that is quite difficult to build. I mean, in the meaning of narrative of that place. So do you have a precise view what narrative should this memorial reflect? And are you not afraid that actually in the end of the day it might even a bit more divide us?
I don't think so, and I think we found a way, and also this winning entry which we choose, not we, but the jury choose a very good proposal, because of course already this competition of memories was mentioned. There is even sometimes it is called as a race, victimhood race, yes, who was the bigger victim. And if we would like to build this memorial in this way, starting a debate, who suffered most, etc., it could be dangerous. But remembrance could help us, but could be a danger, in fact. So, but this is another reason why we should deal with those issues. So, returning to your question, the winning entry is focusing on persons, on individual victims, because the British artist of Chinese origin who won the competition, he offered a vision of a monument built on original letters of the victims, last letters to the families, victims of various persecutions. And on this field there is no place for any kind of competition, because it's a very personal level, it's touching our hearts, and it is directing us to think about those victims not as a numbers on very long lists of victims, but individuals. So of course there is a danger, but I think there is a way how to do it for common good.
Thank you. Actually, I would like to ask the audience, maybe you have a reaction or a comment immediately before we go to the official part of the discussion between the audience and the panel. Yes, we have a question here. Do we have a microphone in the front? And please also tell us your name and organization.
My name is Oliver Reisner. I'm from Ilia State University in Georgia. My question to Constanze Itzel is, means the House of European History European Union history, or is it broader, because how to be inclusive to aspiring countries and societies? Second question to Rafael Ragulskis. You are addressing your recommendations to the European Union. For years, the Council of Europe is already dealing with historical affairs and issues. How do you think to include this experience from the Council in Europe in your recommendations? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Indeed, it is a House of European History and not a House of European Union History. So it's basically the Council of Europe that we try to deal with. And I should not hide that this was the biggest issue in the discussions of our team, because you have to imagine creating such an exhibition as a huge negotiation about going on for several years between historians from different parts of the continent. How much European integration history and how much of the continent's history. So we try to build a compromise. The narratives are intertwined. And I invite you to judge for yourself. But it's indeed, it's about the whole continent. Thank you.
So I know, of course, that there have been made some steps for years by European Union institutions, but this is a long-term process which never ends. We have to be aware that this is not a work for 10 or 20 years. This is a work for always, because we have, and our children and grandchildren will have to deal with history, with our history and with their own histories. So this is the process without end, and we have to be aware of that. It should help us to this process, this dealing with the history on a different way, in different layers, as Constanze says, but in the context, always in the broader context, to make our world better and to live better with each other, to understand better each other, not to be aggressive against each other. That's all I think.
If I may join a discussion in this point, of course, through centuries, there was a natural process of forgetting, yeah, and it was very healthy, in fact. Forgetting, of course, sometimes had bad sides, but in general it's a healthy process, because some issues were not so emotional after centuries. But the very nature of our contemporary world is that forgetting is no longer possible. So we cannot count on any natural process of healing wounds, etc. We need to work with it, because of internet, of social media, all traumas will stay with us, I would say, forever, in fact, and they can return. And we all probably are familiar with the example of conflict of memory between Greece and North Macedonia. Yeah, it's an example that in our current situation, if a very ancient history can become a problem of memory, yeah, and so I think, but it's another argument, not against efforts, even also on European level, to deal with the past. It's rather argument in favor that we need a kind of European policy on this issue, because we can benefit from remembrance once more, but as Paul Ricard said, it can be medicine, but it can be also a poison also for European project.
If I may, one word. With the photos, terrible photos from the First World War, but also from the Second World War, from Sarajevo, you can play as you wish, and without the knowledge about the readiness to discuss those tragic events, we can have huge troubles, to say it easy. I am simplifying now, but I hope you understand what I mean behind that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Or yeah, here on the left from my side. Sorry, microphone.
My name is Barbara Walsh. I'm here from Ireland, from the Glencree Centre for Peace and Ireland next year. So a lot of what you've said this morning has a real strong resonance for Ireland and currently what the situation is. Next year it's 100 years since the Civil War that partitioned the country. So my question to all of you is really, as we look at the polarization of politics across Europe and across the world at the moment, I'd be interested to know how intertwined remembering is with that polarization that exists and how the two feed into each other and what your experience of that has been, and indeed anybody else's experience either. Thank you.
Maybe we can start answering with Mr. Lopez Badel. Did you hear the question? You didn't hear the question.
Sergey, I had some problem maybe with your micro. I heard something about polarization of memories, but I didn't get the exact question.
You want me to repeat it?
Maybe you can repeat it rapidly.
Okay, the rapid repetition of that is, I'm from Ireland. It's 100 years next year since the Civil War and the partition of the country. And when we look at the polarization of politics across the world at the moment, and the use sometimes of memory and the past to actually fire up that polarization, I'd be interested to know what your opinion of that is and your experience of that is, and in a way how it can be mitigated. Thanks.
Thank you.
From Ireland, right? I understood well. Yes, we also have partners in Ireland, so we are quite aware of the situation in your country. Well, I might say that plurality of memories, for sure, but let's be careful on certain uses of the past, on certain even legislation passed by certain parliaments. Sometimes if we try to put at the same level different pasts and different points of view, we just get into a problem, right? I don't know, just as an example, for instance, I don't know if you are aware that in Texas, in the United States, now teachers are recommended to present different points of view of everything they teach in history classes, for instance. And even they were asked, I mean, teachers in the school, they were asked to offer books that defend denial of the Holocaust. So we should be careful with some legislations, as I said, or uses of the past. So this polarization can be positive sometimes in order to give a wider scope and to represent a plurality of points of view. But listen, there is a red line that we cannot cross. So that's why we propose this work in a multinational level, to have different points of view discussing in a quiet agora, let's say, and to involve CSO, civil society organizations, or regular citizens in order to avoid institutions to control this polarization that you mentioned.
Thank you. Somebody else would like to comment, answer?
Yes, of course there is a strong link, I think, between remembrance and polarization, but conflicts of memory, or in general remembrance, is not the source of current situation in various countries on international level too. And I cannot agree that we can profit from polarization. Maybe it's because of my experience of Polish current situation, and this political polarization is destroying our country and destroying our society. And I think the same applies to United States or many other countries. So the link, to answer the question, of course there's a link, because there is a huge temptation to use, it's very tempting for politicians to use the past, because there are so many emotions connected with the past. So if you want to create polarization, you need emotions, yeah, to divide people. And I repeat, it's another argument to do something on European level with remembrance policies, because in fact I think we should resist. We should first of all not to take part in any attempts to use memory for such a bad purposes like dividing people, and it's sometimes hard, yeah, to refuse to take part in it, but first of all we together should, regardless differences. Yes, of course, we have different views on the past, different views on the current situation, but I think this general feeling that polarization is very dangerous for Europe, for example, in this moment, could unite us, and could unite us in a kind of resistance against attempts to use the past, to use the history, to divide people. We need to focus on healing the wounds of the past and looking for things we have in common, also in a perspective of history.
Mr. Regulski and then Mrs. Etzel.
I think the simple answer is to dialogue, to support the dialogue. And I fully agree with what Łukasz said. The polarization destroyed not only some of our countries, but also our European Union now. And there are some really dangerous kinds of thinking and kinds of dealing with the problems which we have. So this is the highest time to start to really dialogue of different meanings, of different opinions, really different, and not to stay always in the same environment of people thinking more or less the same.
Yes, I agree with everything that has been said. It's not intertwined enough, was my first answer. I would just like to add that in our museum we have one showcase where we try to demonstrate the different uses of the past. We try to demonstrate how the past can be used to divide with clear political goals, but how it can also be used for reconciliation. So it's a way of what we want to achieve, of course, in the visitor is critical thinking. So it's a bit like the what you said about this being able to recognize disinformation, being able to recognize when the past is being used with political goals. I don't know how many of our visitors read it like this, but it's an attempt to, in a way, to educate and to deconstruct these narratives that are constructed based on the past.
Thank you very much. And one more question on the right.
Thank you very much. My name is Marek Mutor. I represent Depot History Center from Wrocław, and I'm also involved in a platform of European Memory and Conscience. First of all, I want to say thank you to Rafał and European Network, because probably it's the first time. It's the first time when I participate in the discussion where 4 leaders of the biggest European organizations dealing with remembrance are present together, organizations which have different perspective. So I think it's value, and this dialogue was initiated. So thank you very much. We can see this discussion as a part, maybe, of the process which is called Conference for Future of Europe. So maybe in this occasion that we have leadership of these 4 great organizations, there is a possibility to make some kind of common statement to the European Commission based on your particular statements. Because maybe it's worth to give a clear address, clear sign, clear call to Commission that remembrance policy should be conducted on the level of European Union. But of course, for me, it makes sense only under one condition, that this policy would be conducted with respect for multi-perspective, especially national perspective. So this is the basic condition for this. It is also answer for the polarization, because real answer is to make a space in European house, in European home, for everybody, not to create some theoretical one pattern of thinking, but to give everybody space to express him, herself. So is it possible? Are you ready for this dialogue? Maybe in effect of this discussion to work on common statement of 4 different organizations which deal with European past on the European level.
Thank you, Marek. I don't think we are so different. Of course, we have some different opinions, maybe different way of preparing projects, but this is the plan to make such a statement after our discussion. And this discussion, but this particular discussion during the symposium, is a part of the conference about future of Europe. So we will prepare such document, and it will be sending not only to you, but also to you, to all of you, to be a part of that document. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take other questions in the second round of questions. I would like to ask the panel actually about addressing the EU institutions, EU officials, who decide on the resources, who actually have different tools to help them, the common European historical debate, and support the projects that are dealing with this. Almost actually all of you, I think all of you have mentioned in your postulates that there is a need for more effective financial and other maybe political tools for the remembrance organizations so they can develop themselves, so new players can come to the ground and manifestate new ideas. Sometimes it's quite hard for an organization with a lot of good ideas to come because they are just a new group and they don't have any recommendations, and so on and so on. So I would like to ask, how do you think, in concrete terms, how to increase the political will of the EU institutions to acknowledge that the recent history debate and all the projects that are connected with this is one of the most important columns of the European unity? I would like to start with Mrs. Itzel.
Yes, thank you very much. I've been thinking, without following, we are museum professionals, so a little caveat, without following the political debates very closely, that it would be necessary, in my point of view, you've mentioned this changing responsibility for remembrance, to more intertwine it with the educational and learning programs, because they are in separate responsibilities at the moment. For the debate, I mean, this is a struggle for money in which the national governments are also involved. So I think the lobbying to achieve more funds for these very important programs is a lobbying that has to be done in the European Parliament, but also in the council members, so with the national governments, because the budget is decided together by those two institutions. And sometimes the parliament asks for more money, but the council cuts it back. So the council is the member states and thereby the national governments. So it's very complex and the lobbying has different targets in a way. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kaminsky.
Our experience is connected with close cooperation with the members of European Parliament. In fact, our platform was built on the basis of one of the platform's resolutions I already mentioned. And I think we have a good starting point, which is a resolution of European Parliament on the importance of European remembrance for the future of Europe from September 2019. There are many points in it, very good proposals, and it was accepted by 2/3 of the members of Parliament, or maybe even more. So if they are our representatives, means that there is a political will on European level to create a kind of European policy or policies versus issues of remembrance. And the main problem is this not direct link between Parliament and the Commission. Yes? Sometimes Parliament, unfortunately, is ignored. And my feeling is that also in case of this, on this particular resolution, this voice was ignored and not heard. This resolution was a little bit famous because President Putin himself had to be forced to offer another vision of the European remembrance, but I believe this resolution, it was not a goal of this resolution, yeah, to make President Putin angry. It was a real call representing the need, which is also felt by members of Parliament as representative of very constituencies, that it's important issue. Of course, there's a kind of another competition. You know, there are so many appealing questions right now: climate, international crisis, pandemic, etc. But I think we should think on European level in a long perspective. And remembrance is one of those issues which are important now, but they will stay as important issue also in this long perspective. So my answer is, let's start with the European Parliament resolution.
A short additional question for you. Some people of academia think that actually, you know, to create a memory policy and to write it down and adopt, it's sometimes even bad because, you know, there is a scientific approach, there are pure facts, there is a scientific method, and then there is a wider public and politicians who actually pull all of this massives of information through a prism of specific values, and then the product that comes out of this machine could be less scientific. How would you comment this kind of opinions?
Yeah, but I'm the right person to answer this question because it was my opinion. Like 20 years ago, before I started work in the remembrance field, yes, I was a historian from academia, and I believed, yes, that we historians, we possess the history. We are the only masters of the past, and we should control the whole process. But after more than 20 years of dealing with the past, also in other fields, I now understand that it's not so simple. That, first of all, the influence of academia on remembrance is very limited. So I'm sorry for all historians. We do not possess history, and our social impact is very limited. The real impact is through culture, through remembrance institutions, That's why we need also a policy. Of course, it should be based on knowledge. It should be created in cooperation with professionals, but also them should be a little bit more open, or us, yes? Right now I'm, again, working at the university, so we should be much more open for some needs, yeah? For example, when we choose our scientific research projects, maybe we should sometimes think not what is interesting for us, but maybe what is important for the society or for the Europe, yeah? Because, for example, we have a conflicts of memory, and one of the way of solving them is, for example, to collect data about the victims, for example, because sometimes the source of the conflict is that the two sides has completely different numbers, yes, which cannot be even compared. So I don't see it, it's wrong. I see the danger, but it can be controlled, and it requires openness of both sides. So not only politicians and remembrance institutions should be open for historians, of course, but also academia and historians especially should be open for another way of thinking and also of being active.
Thank you. I know that there is a lot of questions in the auditorium, but let's finish this round and then go on with the questions. Please, Mr. Rogulski.
So as I said at the beginning of this discussion, we need to develop good habits. Also, those good habits need some official in the EU, because this symposium was founded as a place for exchange between us, so non-governmental and governmental institutions working on the history, and the European political world. And we started with inviting highest level politicians who were actually ready to come, but they didn't come. Never, actually. And of course, it is true what Łukasz said. There are many of concrete people, mostly somehow connected, familiar, connected with the tragic history, who are the members of the European Parliament and are interested in those themes. But I don't see this interest on the highest level on Parliament and also on the Commission. We have some not answered letters to, for example, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, with offer of cooperation. So I don't see, and this is my actually set observation after those 11 years of work for the European network, I don't see the real interest at that level, real interest for cooperation with such institutions like ours.
Thank you. I suppose maybe it's a bit balanced and compensated by the interest of the higher officials inside the countries. Maybe it is, I think that for NRS, for the last years, this ability to speak with the local leaders is on the rise. For example, Estonia, we are observing memory because, and our Minister of Justice was just here yesterday because of the interest. Please, Mr. Lopez Batel.
Yes, but you asked about European Union.
Yes,
and
of course.
I spoke only about European Union officials. I have no problem with contact with politicians
I'm just
in our
thinking
countries.
that it's a bit compensating because those leaders, local leaders, are the part of the European wider leadership in a way. Mr. Lopez Batel, also maybe you would like to comment on that issue of tension between academia and political sphere, if you like.
Yes, well, while I was listening to our colleagues in the panel, I was thinking in our national case here in Spain, and just as an example, I can share it with you. When Spain made the transition to democracy in mid-70s, the politicians dealing with transition imposed silence in Spain, right? So don't look to the past in order to have a peaceful society in the future. Okay. the academia took it seriously. The academia did a good work. Historians did good research on that time. Even they were facing real difficult problems to access archives. Sometimes research was done through foreign archives in the UK, France, etc. But the academia did a good work. But what happened? This was very, for a minority. Only small associations of former combatants or widows of people who perished during the war were only these people involved in memory issues. We should wait till the 2000 when the first government decided to pass a law of memory, you know, in the 2000 decade. So academia normally is doing right, and we need the support of the institutions as well. If we only have the academia research, we don't reach a big audience, you know?
Thank you very much for this comment. I'm quite excited that we have a lot of questions this session. Please raise your hands again, and let's take those questions. The first one from here.
Gentiana Sula from Albania, Albanian Authority for Accessing to Sigurimi Files. It's a question for three esteemed speakers representing European players level. I come from Albania, which is a small country, but Balkans or Southeastern Europe, it's a spot that is not yet in Europe. We are having very tough negotiation with the European Union to progress in our road to European Union, but on the other side, we also have issues among ourselves, a lot of issues. European Union on one side have very, very big programs to support us, but it looks like coming to terms with the past among us in the region, it is one of the obstacles. Have you ever thought of tackling, addressing the issues of Balkan region into your institution? In this respect, European Union looks like very interested. You know, they have massive programs, but I feel they are not looking at underrating the coming to terms with the past. So, have you ever thought of, you know, being involved into this region, doing things, representing, illustrating what is happening, helping regional dialogue on the past? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to answer?
I may, because in our statement there is a specific point we are addressing this issue that among those new programs should be also programs directly addressed to our European partners which are still not a member of European Union. And of course, you know, the platform is present, for example, in Albania, trying to share our knowledge, but of course it's not enough, and that there should be specific programs to support your country, other countries in the regions or in the eastern flank of European Union also, which have different problems to solve. But I think it should be a mutual process. So it's not about sharing our experience. I think it should be also about learning about, for example, Albanian experience and both historical experience, which I think should be present much more on European level because it's very tragic, very specific one. But also very universal, I believe, and we could somehow profit from learning about Albanian history. But it's also learning from your experience, yes, how to conduct remembrance activities in such difficult circumstances. So I fully agree.
When I could add something to that, as you know, we have been in contact with not only with Albanian institutions but also with other Balkan institutions or countries. We organized some project in this region, and we are still, of course, interested in cooperation with every of those countries. And this is true what Łukasz said, that the experiences of that region are on the one hand quite specific because of the wars in the 90s, but also the experiences are very common, I would say, at somehow when it comes to for example, to behavior of the soldiers from European countries at that moment, but also from the human point of view are very common. So we are really open for cooperation. What we need is the activity from your side, from your institutions, sometimes your governments, and as you know, not every of those governments are interested in working on the history or supporting this dialogue. But as we said already, this is a long-term process, and we have to give all our partners time because it cannot be forced.
Yes, I'm speaking from another angle because we are mainly cooperating with museums around Europe. We have parts of Balkan history in our exhibition, and we are regularly looking for objects to further our collection and to represent the history. And we have discussions with other museums about how to deal with difficult pasts. And for example, the War Childhood Museum in Sarajevo is an example where we can learn a lot from them also, and they can discuss with us. So we are very open to meet and to discuss, but we don't have a formal, we are a museum, we don't have a formal support program or anything. But the doors are open, and we would be very happy to exchange with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez Patel.
Well, as I said before, I mean, collaborating with other countries, it's in the soul of our observatory. And we've been working since the beginning with non-EU countries, such as Bosnia, as I told you, or Turkey, or Latin American countries. So completely agree with this need to cooperate with third countries, not only, as Łukasz said, not only sharing information, but learning from the experiences in these countries that they have been very active in remembrance from the bottom-up movements. I mean, the chance that people in the Balkans had to struggle for recovering the memory of the recent conflicts. We don't have this chance in Spain, for instance. As I said, silence was imposed for the transition. So we are learning from these very quick movements in order not to forget what just happened. Okay, so cooperation, completely agree. Learning from third countries, completely agree. And we should work in this line.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes, we have two of them. Please.
Ma tahaks eesti keeles küsida.
The gentleman will ask question in Estonian and I will translate it to English. Ma tõlgin inglise keelde.
Minu nimi on Silver Silliksaar Eestist. Ja ma olen üle 20 aasta uurinud Jehoova tunnistajate kui vähemusreligiooni tagakiusamist Nõukogude Liidus, aga ka nüüd postsovetlikul alal.
My name is Silver Silliksaar, and I was researching more than for 20 years the destiny of Jehovah Witnesses and their repressions against them.
Teatavasti Vene Föderatsioonis on praegu viimastel aastatel järjest kasvanud sealsete Jehoova tunnistajate väga äge tagakiusamine.
And for the last years, we see that in Russian Federation, the repressions against the witnesses of Jehovah are on the rise.
Näiteks kõigest paar nädalat tagasi kodude läbiotsimisel perekonnaliikmeid samaaegselt näiteks 2 peres isegi piinati ja väga julmalt.
For example, just lately there were searchings at the apartments of 2 Jehovah families, and they were even beaten, and they were violently treated.
Ja karistused ainult kasvavad. Suurim on praegu 7,5 aastat vangistust ja prokurörid nõuavad ainult suuremaid.
And the sentences that are decided by the courts are all the time on the rise, and it's almost about 7 or 9 years for them.
Lugupeetud paneeli liikmed, kes te esindate nüüd küll mälu ja süüme ja solidaarsuse organisatsioone. Küsimus, kas te näete, kas peaks sellise tegevuse vastu kuidagi sekkuma ja kui, siis mida oleks võimalik teha teie nägemusel?
And distinguished leaders of the Remembrance Institution, I understand that you are dealing with commemoration, solidarity, and so on, but still I would like to ask, do you feel that something must be done about this? Who would like to answer? I understand that question is specific and political, so if you like, please.
Yes, so I would like to comment from 2 points of view. First of all, as a historian, because I think those current repressions against Jehovah Witnesses, but also other minority religious groups in Russia are quite similar to those which they experienced under communism, so during the Soviet times. But we know that in all countries of our region, they were especially persecuted for various reasons. And I think one of the main reasons is that from the point of view of centralized government, it's hard to control such groups, strong believers, somehow closed groups, etc. And we as a platform, we believe that, of course, we are focusing on dealing with the past, but it's not a job for itself. We are doing it because we believe that, for example, in this way, we are promoting human rights. And for example, our prize, which is awarded every year, is awarded to the people who are currently fighting for human rights in various countries. So this link is strong, and we should, our voice, I think, also should be heard in defense of such people. As a platform, a few times we issued statements in case of Oleg Sentsov, for example, other people who were persecuted in various countries, not only in Russia. Yes, for example, one of the people who was awarded by our prize was a leader of Venezuelan opposition. Yeah, so we see this link, and we should be active also in those current issues, especially if they are quite similar. Yes, if we can show that somehow history is repeating itself. Yeah? So that those actions are similar to the actions from the past, which had a very tragic effect.
Yes, if there is no comments anymore, then we can go with the next question or comment, please. Who would like to ask? Yes, a gentleman on the back.
Alexander Formosov, Berlin, and my question is, my interest is connected to transition post 1989 and transformation which took place in Europe in the last 30 years. And in the back of my head, I have what has been mentioned about this issue on the first panel, for instance, yesterday, about the life worlds and experiences of certain social groups and perceptions and also feelings of victimhood connected to this transition, which impact the situation today. And on the other hand, can we maybe also see a chance in discussing these issues and bringing them to the fore, and also to the education, civic and historical education. This is the first part of the question. And how important do you think, all of the participants on the panel, this issue is for the future of remembrance in Europe? Thank you.
Yes, please.
I think transition is a very important issue, and we actually already organized, it was, I don't remember, 2014 or 15, big academic conference about transitional justice. And this is still and will be still a matter of the research in different countries and in different academic levels and directions. And of course, I see here actually stable field of action for our institution, also especially in the educational projects. We have some educational projects in our portfolio, and one of those is a high story lessons project. This is a internet page in 7 languages about the history, with materials to teach the history of the of Europe, or European countries, especially Middle European countries in the 20th century. And there is, of course, a lot about this transition from the communism into democracy. Thank you.
Yes, I will start with a personal remark. As a West German who has quite a lot of family from former GDR, I know how this period can be a multi-perspective, can be seen from many different angles. And I would just like to pick up on your plea for education. I think that this multi-perspective views on history, we absolutely have to reinforce it in educational settings, because in a way our thinking is formatted very early on in childhood, in school education, and we also try from our museum team to develop learning resources which can broaden a little bit the perspective from the national or the regional to a more European and transnational level. I would like to perhaps come back to something that the colleague here has said earlier. It is your plea to give everybody a space to express their views, and I think that we should even think about somehow changing the educational format sometimes. In museology, it means allowing for co-creation, allowing for spaces where we bring in community voices from the outside. But in the classroom or other educational settings, I'm sure there are other formats where we can allow for multi-perspectivity and allow for discussion and not just teach top-down. So we are trying to work on this with a small team of museum educators, and I think it's one of the most important, actually, pleas for the future, is to educate more into multi-perspectivity and thinking outside of the usual boxes. Thank you.
If I may, first I will answer the question and then 2 additional comments on this issue. My answer is that this experience of 1989, if we are speaking about the European level, is not used enough. Because we can see the 1989 as a huge victory of European values, as a breaking through moment which allowed us, for example, to unite. In fact, the real unification of Europe started after 1989. Because before it was a process of unification just of a part of European continent. But even more important is this first part, yes, those values. We can show how important for Europeans, and especially maybe in our current situation, how important were basic values like justice, democracy, freedom, etc. Because those were values we fought for 30 years ago. The second comment, starting from this issue of 1989, because we can observe that under communism, many issues, especially related to the Second World War, were somehow frozen. And one of the reasons we are discussing such heavily and the debate is so vivid about the Second World War is also connected with this, that in the 1989 the slow process of defrosing of the past started. We started to debate about completely forgotten elements of the history of the Second World War. And the last comment regarding 1989, more optimistic one, is that after first group of East Central European countries joined EU in 2004, we could observe a huge tension on European level regarding the remembrance. I don't know if you remember the case of Sandra Kalniete, who said something which is right now completely not controversial, that from the point of view of her family, the experience of two totalitarian systems were more or less the same. Yeah? And she was forced in a few days to resign from her position as a European Commissioner. And after 15, 16 years right now, the situation changed. Yeah? This point of view of East Central Europe, experience of two totalitarian systems, is, I think, more or less accepted. But of course, some differences remain. Like, for example, on the western part of Europe is still more popular, especially on political level, to speak about Stalinism, not a communism, as this second totalitarian system. So there is still work to be done, but anyway, there is a huge progress.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez Badil.
Yes, in trying to answer the question of the public, in terms of education, I'd like to make a difference between formal and non-formal education. I mean, we are within the university. Some of my colleagues are history professors in our university, but at the same time, from the observatory, with the aim to reach a wider public, especially on youth, as I said before, we promote action, non-formal education action, in order to share this multiplicity of points of view and even multicultural. For instance, one of the initiatives we are running right now is an exchange program with Cyprus, Bosnia, and Spain. And it's nice to see how people from the same country, youth from the same country, they learn from themselves, they learn from different points of view about their common past when foreign youth are visiting them. So I think that with non-formal education, we are approaching a different public, not only people interested in history or the past, but other young people, in this case, that are not, let's say, on the first line of the history education.
Thank you. Let's take one more question, if we have it at the moment. At the moment, I don't see here a second one from the representative of Georgia.
Yes, one short question. Rafael Rogulski mentioned the guidelines on how to deal with remembrance. Did you also discuss a proposal by Anton de Baetz in his book Responsible History, who as an academic also proposed how current generations should approach the right of past generations to be represented properly? Thank you.
Not yet, but we are on the way to that.
Okay, it was a short question, short answer. Okay, any other questions? If no, I would like to ask a question about the possibility to measure results. It's quite important too. The leitmotif of the statements was a call for gathering differences around the table and discussing, searching for common ground, and then reporting the results, and then have them become a part of the way of thinking. I absolutely agree with all of that. But how can we really measure the success of this dialogue? I mean, real change, or maybe some numbers that could indicate it in a way. And maybe you can also bring up some specific experiences from your work, because it's always, there is a slight feeling that, not today, not here, but somewhere else, there might be talking because we want to talk, but the bigger, grander scale and aims of that could a bit disappear because of that readiness to talk eternally.
It's actually quite easy question to all of us, because we are not only talking, we are dealing with the history. We have a huge amount of projects behind us. So on the one hand. On the other hand, if you if you are asking also about the outcome of this discussion, I hope we will be able to agree with the one document which contains all important things which were said by you and some by us, and to send it to responsible people in the European Union institutions. How will be the response? I cannot predict, but we will do our job still and go in this direction. Sometimes together, sometimes but not always. This is not necessary. But with respect to each other and with mutual respect to the victims and to the themes which we are dealing with.
I would like to add that actually I was not addressing with this question specifically the resultativity of a specific organization, but more about like the grander scale. I mean, the whole European discussion with searching for the common ground in the tragedies of the 20th century. Can we measure any success? I mean, a real success, because it is quite complicated question actually, and it could be quite different. I mean, the result in different parts of Europe.
Yeah, so I may answer, I try to answer this question, because during another conference co-organized by ENRS, I even presented a model how to measure the temperature or the level of conflict of memory. So I believe it will work. It's based also on some mathematical algorithm. But I believe it's not such a thing we can measure exactly, like other phenomena, but we can see changes. Like, for example, that if the conflicts of memory are rising, or we are rather going towards reconciliation and understanding. Also, this Eurobarometer, one of our proposals, it could be one of the tools if there is real impact of remembrance activities on changes on collective memory on the European level regarding, for example, the tragic events of 20th century. So it is not easy, but I think it's quite possible to see the real change. My experience on a country level, yes, on the activities of the Institute of National Remembrance, was that we saw the real change in various fields. Not all of them. Yes, we also failed in some aspects, I have to admit. But in others, we saw the real change, and some issues of the past which were very hot and very debated in the society start to be considered as discussed, as introduced, for example, in a on the level of common remembrance or common consciousness of the Polish society.
Yes, to come back to a key word that has been mentioned quite often by some of you is knowledge. Before we started making the museum, we did focus group surveys about the knowledge about European history, and it was very depressing. About what do people know in Europe about, first of all, the history of their own country, let alone the history of a country in the other parts of Europe. This is why we had decided then for a chronological narrative, which is easier to grasp, scale down the complexity, because in the end we do this for the audiences. So I agree with the Eurobarometer suggestion. It's to study how, if the audiences, if it changes, if the level of knowledge changes, and also if the level of sensitivity changes. And another means on top of the surveys might be to study a new trend, to study the social media patterns, you know, and to conclude from the debates. You can visualize this. So asking the audiences would be, for me, measuring the success. But it's a huge, as we are dealing all the time with the continent, it's a huge undertaking in terms of resources, but probably worthwhile.
Thank you. Please, our online panelist.
Yes, Sergey. I mean, your question, I put your question to myself every day. How can we measure the success of our daily work? I mean, but it's very, very difficult in our field to put numbers, exact numbers of the resulting policies. What I can say is that we are optimistic on our work. We are optimistic that all the organizations represented in this panel are doing a very good work. Every publication, every exhibition, every conference that we can organize in our own organizations are planting seeds for the future, for future citizens more conscious of their past, more conscious about the European identity. Again, it's also one of the key words, European identity. What is this? I mean, this is accepting that we have a common past, but very diverse past. So these seeds that we are planting will have results in the future, but it's very hard to tell you today, you know. What else? Yes, for sure. Count on us for this proposition to include remembrance questions in the Eurobarometer. Completely agree with our colleagues. So it's something that can help us maybe to know what is the level of knowledge and what is the level of involvement of European citizens in remembrance policies.
Thank you. Rafael, you would like to add something, because I specified my question, yeah?
I'm sorry, I wanted only to add that of course, Eurobarometer would be a very good idea and useful tool, but on the particular level, it's a simple tool which we use almost always. We ask participants of our projects what they feel, which opinion they have about the project and about the usefulness of the project. And this is really sometimes very useful tool to develop project, to change some projects.
And I must say that for sure one of the numbers and indicators is that despite that Tallinn is a small city with a small airport and there is a pandemic all around the world, there's a lot of people here from all parts of Europe and also North America, and this is also a great indicator. But from my side, I would like to add also that I think that one of the indicators, and of course it requires a survey or a search, you cannot really get the whole knowledge about this just Googling, is the number of European museums, institutes, different civic organizations that are dealing with the 20th century, but who have tendency to search for a partnership actively and use a part of their sometimes quite small resources to make something in cooperation with other countries. For example, for my institution, Estonian Institute of Historical Memory, we were always cooperating, always taking part in huge conferences, always seeing the research of the Estonian or recent history of Baltic states specifically. We are dealing mostly with the communist crimes. We're always observing it as a part of the international scientific work, of course, because science is international, but for the last 4 years, we absolutely changed actually our kind of basic narrative and are positioning ourselves actually as an international organization and preparing an international museum institution here, and absolutely kind of changing the way how actually work that is done based locally. Our workers and our board and our council are Estonians, but we are dealing with much more than just Estonia. So I think if we can kind of try to analyze these tendencies, we could also get some really important knowledge. And I hope, actually, I see that the number of institutions, even smaller ones, who are willing to open their hearts to colleagues from other countries, it is on the grow. Because I think, especially in our field, people who are dealing with the 20th century's history for good, I mean, like, not the agents of semi-totalitarian propaganda, of course, they're dealing with other stuff, but those who are dealing with this for good, I think they feel, they sense from the air that something bad is going on because of the polarization, and good people tend to also unite when they see that the situation is going worst, hopefully. I have one question about, well, in connection with the feelings that younger people have. It is important to see some changes in the ways how younger generation, I mean, those who are basically under 20 years old, how they get the information, how they see the historical debate. Sometimes they don't see it at all, of course, but still, how do you think, how remembrance institutions can handle the fast digitalization of life and of the education? We have a phenomenon where there's a lot of quite intelligent, nice young people who consume only audiovisual information. It's absolutely different even from my generation. I'm 30 years old and I'm a text generation still, mostly. I think so. And in the environment where you have digitalization and loss of the value of texts as a carrier of information, and at the same time, all the grand tragical events of 20th century, they are becoming more and more remote. And the new generation is rethinking the basic narratives and replacing those narratives with their own ones. And sometimes they even just, you know, put aside important things that we keep as extremely crucial. Sometimes they are just not interested in that anymore. So I would like you to comment this, my monologue.
If I may start, this is true. There are many intelligent, willing young people, as we were once. And we all were once. And only what we should do is to invite those people to cooperation, to try to speak with them, to prepare educational projects on a different way, not only texts and films or internet presentations, but also what we do, of course, but also to organize, and it would be, for example, such good format for sustain support from the European Union, from the institution of European Union, such format like, for example, our Sound in the Silence project or In Between project, where we invite young people to come to memory places, to be confronted together with representatives from different countries, to be confronted with the history of that places, and at the same time to work together. For example, to prepare performance and then to present this performance. We see how important it is for those young people and how huge impact on their lives it can have. Or, for example, to send those young people to border regions and to give them the chance to exchange with families, with older and younger people, to give the chance, those families, to show them their stories and the impact of the history on their own stories. So the exchange between different generations is very helpful and very, very, very needed.
Mr. Lopez Patel?
Yeah, my answer, Sergey, is very short. Instagram and TikTok. We should adapt our contents to their language. From once we get their attention, we can think in developing further, okay? Well, we cannot think, we should be previously prepared for developing further information, but we should adapt to their language. If not, we won't have them. We won't have young people in our projects. Instagram and TikTok.
Do you have any really successful examples? And this is the question additionally. Another one is that I sense that Facebook is dead in that meaning.
Completely. Facebook is for all people. I mean,
is what I heard from my son.
My father is using Facebook, I mean, to get in touch with his colleagues from the office 100 years ago, you know?
But Oriel, you will have the same situation with TikTok and Instagram in 5 years.
It will
be the same situation.
But do you have like any success stories with those new channels?
Mm-hmm. Yes, for instance, now we are trying to get young people's opinion through a short survey that we are sharing it through Instagram. It's a survey to know how available are young people, to engage memorial processes in their countries and in a European scope. And we are only using Instagram for this purpose. And we are having good results. I mean, at the end of this year, we will have the final results, but you know, it is the way to reach young people.
Thank you. Mr. Kaminski?
So I just need to agree with colleagues, and of course we need to try to catch up the changes, very rapid changes in the tools which are used by a younger generation. But I think what you both said is important, that it's just a beginning. And we shouldn't stop in this moment that they liked our Instagram post or something like this. We need to offer them a chance to touch the real history, to touch the past, because this is the real game changer. And also from the personal perspective, I saw so many young people who were changed by just a visit in a memorial place, and of course with a good educational problem, by the meeting with the victims or the relatives, the families. You cannot achieve it through social media. So it requires meeting with real person or real place. So sometimes we are thinking that we should just focus on this digital world. It's not enough. If we want to achieve a real change, we need to stay analog.
Yes, we have currently 74% under 35 in our museum, so it's a non-issue at the moment for us in the analog place. We are rather trying to think about how to reach the Facebook generation again. But on the other side, I would like to say to involve young people in the creation, so co-creation projects, and to recruit some of them, of course, and that make us think digitally and that help us transform our texts into ever shorter texts that can be tweeted, or ever shorter to-the-point videos that can go on Instagram Reels, etc. It's a challenge for the curators, but we are doing it. And in terms of success stories, it's encouraging that we enlarge the reach, both geographically, so that's what I said in the beginning of our of the talk. We reach other audiences through digital means, and we reach wider, more numerous audiences. So we can have one event that is afterwards viewed on YouTube 24,000 times, and if they were in our museum, we would have a room of 100 people capacity. So we try to complement the analog and the digital. But I think involving young people is the most important, so that the products that we create then also reach the audiences. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, time is ticking, time is cruel to us always. That's why we need to wrap up this discussion. The thing is that this discussion will be documented, and also we have those postulates that were prepared for this discussion, and after the results of the discussion will be published. Of course, they will be edited and so on. The leaders of the organizations will have a chance to look at them and maybe even to present them as something that they have in common towards the institutions or towards the wider public. You will decide, you will see. I felt a really, kind of person. I enjoyed this discussion, and not only because I am a moderator and I must enjoy this discussion, but also because we had a really good energy here, and you as a public were really active, and we have such a lot in common, and I feel that we have an atmosphere of tolerance here, because we all know that there is something national and specific on our shoulders always when we talk about history, but we are able to see the wider context. And it means that there is a lot of hope when such capable, intelligent people are working at the institutions and leading them. Thank you very much for this debate here and also online, and huge applause to our panelists.
Thank you.
Before we go for a coffee break, one notice from the organizers. The weather forecast is 50-60. It means that the rain could come after 4 o'clock. Almost all of you have planned to visit cultural tours. They are all okay. They will take place. We will instruct you after the second panel before the lunch. But if you don't have umbrella or raincoat with you here, just use the lunchtime or the coffee break time to get them. Because those who are going to the memorial or for the walking excursion, it will be quite a lot under the sky. Those who are going to Patteri prison, they will be inside the building. So it's a bit different. And we also expect that the list, so your will that is registered, the place that you are going is still valid. Thank you. Thank you.
Ukrainian woman.
One są włączone i nic nie trzeba naciskać jakby... Nie wyłączam. Dobra. I'm running after you. I just wanted to show you the clicker. Okay. It's super easy. Just next and back. You can point to the screen here or towards the technical view. Okay. And it will be placed on one of the tables, so there will be one clicker for all of you. Yeah. Okay. At first there will be two presentations, so you and KU, Telve. Then there will be two films. Yes, you start. Then there will be two films and then presentations again. So.
Please take your seats. We are about to start our case studies panel. Please.
Hello. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, please take your seats. 20 seconds and we start.
Okay, Christina.
No, I'm next to.
Then Tiana and.
Do you pronounce? Paweł. Not really.
Oh, okay. Is the accent on the first syllable, so Paweł.
Paweł.
Hello. You have also... Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
What is your case study finally, the name change? I'm actually talking about both. About
Okay,
both.
last chance for anybody on the spot to join.
O, sympatyczny. Dzieci, nie? Nie. Aha, aha. Bardzo ładnie wygląda to z tym ogórkiem.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next panel. It will be titled Case Studies Project Practices. And before I give the floor to our excellent panelists to introduce themselves, I would like to provide you with a brief structure of how the panel will look like, because it will be a bit different to all the other symposium panels. The panel will be divided into 3 sessions, and each session will last for around 30 minutes and will be devoted to a different topic. At first, the panelists will present the brief case studies, and then the discussion will follow. As we've gathered 7 practitioners associated with quite varied and diverse projects and institutions, we want to use this wonderful opportunity to focus on their hands-on experiences and practical side of the day-to-day job, including both challenges as well as best practices. We are also eagerly waiting for your questions and your comments, asked both here in the audience as well as asked via YouTube and Facebook channels. Now let's get down to the point and start the round of introductions with Ania.
Hello, Anna Wachowiak, European Network Remembrance and Solidarity.
Annemarie Franke, European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, and at the same time Bundesinstitut für Geschichte und Kultur der Deutschen im östlichen Europa, which is the German partner of the European Network.
My name is Dorothea Bazzoni. I'm from Hungary, from Budapest, and I represent the House of Terror Museum.
Hello, my name is Keijo Telve. I'm the head of Museum of Occupations and Freedom, Papamu, here in Tallinn. So welcome everybody. I'm welcoming you in my hometown.
Thank you. I am Gentiana Sula. I am the head of the Authority for Information into Sigurimi Files of Albania.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristina Ranki. I'm from Helsinki, from the Mannerheim Museum, which is a little but important biographical museum.
Good morning, Paweł Sawicki from Poland, from the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum.
And my name is Beata Drzeska, and together with Maria Naimska, we'll moderate this session today.
Hello. And here we are. I'm with the first round of the questions, which are for everybody. Please answer very briefly. So how the pandemic changed the activities of your institutions, and how have the project changed themselves?
Anna-Marie and I will speak about it a little bit more later, because actually we are speaking about the project, not about the institutions. But just wanted to briefly say that last 3 editions of our project in between, one was before the pandemic, were slightly different than classical version of the project.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually we realized one edition completely online, engaging students to work in their own city, their own area. And though we were happy to get this experience, we were even more happy to come back to analog encounters this year in 2021.
For a museum, certainly it was a very challenging time because the museum had to close for a month. We lost our visitors, and the majority of our visitors are tourists and student groups. So it was really challenging to figure out how to give our content to those who would be interested in it. We tried to help the students who were homeschooling, so we made online many contents, and we had to move to the online space with our events, roundtable discussions, and we had to be more strategic about our online communication, so we improved and developed this skill.
Thank you.
I think crisis made us more innovative. It brought us closer to people. Daily basis, we had to figure out how we can do things. Traditional methods didn't work anymore, and one of our success stories is Nova. study platform for youngsters, and it is e-tech project. It is totally its own software, how we are engaging with young people so that they themselves can teach them. So basically, it's a study environment and network, and we are very proud of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, the same. Many more activities were done online, interviews with the interest groups were done online, community meetings were a bit of challenging, but still we've been going out based on a better weather than here. We have done a lot of outdoor activities, application more online and everything, meetings more Zoom, more. We've done well, and I think we learned how to transform ourselves for better, more up to date. Although the interest groups that we serve, they are a little bit of third age, even to my surprise, even then them adapted themselves using more iPhones or computers, so it worked.
Thank you. Christina?
I would not talk about a digital project during the pandemic in the Mannheim Museum, rather than maybe I would call it a digital turn. For 70 years, the museum has been analog and receiving guests visiting the actual place, the home museum. And now, before the pandemic, we started to ask ourselves, of course, the obvious question, how to go digital. And we had some plans, but it didn't really work out. So I will agree on this good side of the pandemic. Unfortunately, it happened. But then, fortunate for the museum, we could have more. We closed the museum as well, and we have more resources to put on this project.
Thank you.
The most important aspect of the Auschwitz Memorial experience is visiting at the site, and unfortunately, the pandemic forced us to close last year for over 170 days. This year, over 3 months. So the memorial empty is something very difficult. So we use our online presence that we had already had in order to keep what we're doing, but some new projects emerge in terms of switching some of the workshops or educational activities online. We are now working on several other online projects, as I think for many the pandemics was the time where you quickly had to do something, but in the process of education some ideas need to have time to develop. So we are working on some projects. So this was a difficult time. Many of our activity completely froze because of lack of funds involved with the lockdown. But one thing is crucial. The key is to enter the authentic site, and despite the difficulties, the conservation and the preservation of the authentic site didn't stop at all during the pandemic. So we preserve the site, which will be useful now when we are reopened and in the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
That was a great teaser for our further discussions. And let's get back to the point, to the first session of this meeting. And it will be focusing on how to deal with difficult past. Dorothea, let's start with the example from Hungary, from House of Terror.
Thank you very much, and first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. And in my presentation, I will try to focus on some aspects of how a museum can play an important role in dealing with our difficult past, very briefly, because we have just a few minutes. So the House of Terror Museum in Budapest was opened in 2002, so only 12 years after the collapse of communism and after the success of anti-communist revolutions in 1989-1990. So it meant a real milestone in the sense that it was the manifestation of the fact that we gained back the right to tell our own story instead of the communist narrative that was the dominant for decades. And the House of Terror Museum offers a very modern and a very new perspective of what our national history was about in the second half of the 20th century, because the main goal of the museum is to present the two totalitarian dictatorships that ruled in Hungary after 1944. If I have to summarize the mission of the museum, first of all, it is to disclose the crimes that were committed during these decades. And by doing that, we also want to render justice to those who suffered from these crimes. And most importantly, we want to uphold their memory, and we wanted to raise a monument to the victims. And this is why the museum is not only an exhibition, but it is also a place where Hungarian people can lit a candle every year and commemorate those who were the victims of the dictatorships. And the building itself is a symbol in Hungary because it was first the center of the Aerocross party, the so-called Hungarian Nazi party, and then it became the center of the communist political police. So if you say in Hungary the address of the building, everyone associates it with terror, with fear, and with dictatorships. So the fact that we opened the museum in that very building shows that we could close this chapter of our past, we could enclose it into an exhibition. And this was something very, it meant a social relief for many that we could do this closing chapter. And the history of the building gives the historical narrative of the museum because it shows the history of the building shows the continuity of the dictatorships, and it gives us an opportunity to compare two dictatorships, to find the common roots and the common characteristics, and by doing that to raise a monument to the victims. You can see some footages from the museum. The main target group of the exhibition is the younger generation, those who have not survived, those who have not experienced personally the period of dictatorships. And we want to give a very simple message to them. We wanted this place to be a never again institute. We wanted them that by visiting the exhibition, they value democracy, freedom, and independence more than before, and they learn how to appreciate what they have and what period they live in. And it leads us to the case study that I brought to you. It is a particular part of the permanent exhibition of the House of Terror Museum, which was one of the most controversial part of the museum at the time of the opening. It is called the Wall of Perpetrators because, as I have mentioned, we were focusing on the younger generation, and we wanted to confront them with the notion of victims, of heroes, perpetrators, and that's why we wanted to draw a very sharp line between those who made this system work and between those who suffered from this system or who resisted this system. And that's why we chose to give name and face to those who were responsible for functioning the two totalitarian dictatorships. You can see more than approximately 800 pictures on the wall of perpetrators. And this is not just for humiliating them or just for fun. This is because we wanted to emphasize the individual responsibility instead of using collective the theory of collective responsibility like before in history. And by doing that, we also wanted to give some kind of justice in a moral way because of the lack of historical justice after 1989-1990 in a legal way. And this meant for many, in a moral, in a symbolic way, some kind of justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. We will come back to with the questions to you, but first, Keijo Telve from Vabamo Museum of Occupations and Freedom.
Thank you. Actually, our cases are very complementary, so thank you for that. So I'm sharing you the story how our museum became the Museum of Occupations and Freedom, Vabamu. It's a very long name, especially when you're ordering business cards or you are creating social media. But actually, there is a reason behind that. We are one of the first private museums in Estonia, and our story goes back to 1940s. Lady called Olga Kisler-Ritsa had to flee from Estonia due to the Soviet Union. Her whole family by that time was deported, murdered. She grew up with a foster family, and she knew that she cannot stay in Estonia. She ended up in the States. She was a bright young woman, and she was able to succeed as a dentist. And when Estonia got back its independence, Olga had a dream. And her dream was that the history would never repeat itself. And she decided to take all the savings she had and to create this museum. Back then, the name was Museum of Occupation, and mainly concentrated on the museum occupation period of the Soviet Union. Soon, it was changed to the Museum of Occupations to represent all the eras of occupation, both first Soviet occupation, Nazi occupation, as well as the second occupation. And it was opened 2003, but by the time of 2016, we saw that 90% of our people, visitors who are coming in, are foreigners. Local school groups are coming in and asking, what's that? And pointing to the typing machine. They had no idea of the history, what had happened before them. And it is really difficult to encourage somebody to listen when they don't know what is a deportation car, or why these things happen, or even our own youngsters were asking, why didn't they call the police? And we understood that there is a gap. 15 years ago, this museum was, when it first started, it was important place for people to remember, to get together, to be the place where this history can be discussed again. But 2016, we also had to engage younger people who didn't have this idea of occupation period anymore. And we started to work towards new concept of a memorial museum, how we are able to talk about occupation periods with younger generations. And we ended up with the concept of Museum of Freedom. Freedom is something, it's very important even for teenagers. Probably many of you as parents know that. They are really eager to fight for their freedom. To be able to create these parallels, what freedom means now, what freedom meant 50 years ago, how we are able to build bridges, what are these compelling stories that really touches people nowadays. And of course, to talk about the history, to talk about these awful periods, crimes against all humanity. And in every family in Estonia, we have our own story, how our families were touched, separated, destroyed by these awful times. The idea was noble, or we really had all the good intentions and thoughts, and some of our team members are actually sitting in the audience who helped to create Vabamu. But when we announced the change of the name, and back then we thought that the name would be Museum of Freedom. Third name for the very representative institution, that we are continuing to do the same work as we did. But actually the press backfired right away. A lot of people were very angry, disappointed, sad. And I think as a younger generation, the team who was behind the museum was also quite young. And right away, people were asking, why you're doing it? You are forgetting the past. You are not caring what our families had to go through. You are just skipping the name of occupation. You're probably on the side of Russia because they don't agree on occupation as well. It was awful. All our friends, people the museum has worked together basically 15 years already, they felt let down. And I think it was the biggest mistake. In a way, to be, whenever, I think what is a learning, not mistake, but a learning point. I think we didn't understood even ourselves how fragile this topic in the society is, and how many different opinions there are about the topic, and how the concept of Museum of Freedom, for many people, it hurt. It felt that something is taken away for them. Starting from 2017, when we announced the new name, we had approximately a year-long discussion with different target groups, friends, supporters, those people who we had hurt. And we made a compromise. Now the museum is called Museum of Occupations and Freedom, Vabamu. Long name, but it has its reasons, and there is definitely need for that. There are two parts. In every society there are different generations, and they are staying side by side. And luckily, all these people who wrote articles against us, who protested, who visited the museum, who were really angry, the moment they visited the new permanent exhibition, they understood that anything isn't lost. There is something new gained, something new added. We are still talking about crimes against humanity, about all occupation periods, and also about recovery, how Estonia got back its independence, and how we have to work daily basis to protect that freedom. We have used a lot of technology to be able to engage young people. This is our e-guide on the right, and on the left, sorry. And you can see that, and thanks to that technology, we are able to tell these stories in 9 different languages. So 9 different nation groups can come to the museum and visit it as locals. It is in their native tongue. But at the same time, we have more than 200 items in exhibition, and every item has a touching story connected with real people. Now, 3 years later, we have found these bridges. Here is one of our case studies about how Hilda Sikkut, when COVID started, we took her diary and letters from Kazakhstan prison camp. And when we are experiencing these difficult times, as we are doing now, we were brave to look back to the future, back to the past, and we read these letters to the people of Estonia, and to be able to make sense how suffering, sadness, being alone, being afar from a family member, these are these empathic topics we can connect past and the present. And just a couple of days ago, we received a package. Thank you for the author's family, that they were really touched and they were really happy that these letters and these diaries are in new form, but still so important for people all around Estonia. So it was definitely a learning point. And I think different generations have to work together. And when we are talking, I think we should have done more talking. When we have, because when we're talking and sharing ideas, learning from each other, then actually it is exactly the way how to keep this difficult past topic in the present, as well as a learning point for future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayo. Dorothea, Kayo, both of your institutions deal with some really difficult topics, but also very recent ones. Crimes of totalitarian regimes, the mass murders, loss of lives and freedoms. And at the same time, you have educational programs that are very wide and very developed for different target groups. How do you tailor programs and activities for such a number of various different groups and with different interests? How do you find balance between the needs of different audience groups and also sometimes it's very emotional attachment to the histories that you present?
One of our key values is touching stories. So we believe that this balance can be found when we are sharing real stories with what happened with real people. And we try to find these parallels between past and present. So, for example, the letters of Hilda Sikkut written 50 years ago, but the way how she describes how she misses her family members, it is something we can all relate today when we haven't seen our grandparents for some of us months or even years. And or being away from your family, even though, especially those whose family members are living abroad at the moment. So we are very much concentrating on these human-centered experiences and feelings, emotions, stories, and these are more or less the same in every historical moment. So I think it's one of the keys, and our team is really believing in that.
I totally agree with you that emotion is the starting point, I think, to get emotionally attached or involved, and then the intellectual curiosity can follow the emotional attachment, but it is the priority to create some kind of link between them and the past, and if it is a personal link, that it is way more easier to identify with it. And that's why we launched a program encouraging young people to make an oral history interview with their own grandparents, parents about their historical experiences, and it was extremely popular. Of course, oral history has its own limits, and as a historian, we know that it cannot be trusted fully, but it is a very good method to create a connection and to be emotionally attached.
May I add, another very important part in our museum, we have also Russian-speaking Estonians visiting the museum. And 5 years ago, it could easily be that a Russian-speaking person comes to the museum and says, I'm the occupant, so tell me what I did wrong. And we didn't want that to happen in our new exhibition. So we are rather encouraging them to share different stories. So also in Estonia, there are people who had to collaborate. There were people whose parents were basically sent to Estonia. Their family roots were cut as well. There were also people who were fighting against the Soviet Union. So there are so many different perspectives, and we say that in these awful circumstances, when the regime is inhuman, all the decisions are difficult. And we actually don't have much of a choice. And all these different memories are accepted, they are listened, they are shared, they are understood, and I think it is one of the key things, that whatever kind of family history we have, we can talk about it openly.
Definitely. Thank you. And I also have a question, and you already have said a little about it, especially KU, concerning the name of the museum. But at one point or another, both of your institutions became a source of controversy. And how could you tell us a little bit how did you deal with that, and how is it to run an institution that is not only a museum, as Dorota said, but also has a symbolic meaning, is a symbol for especially those who lived those times and are witnesses. Thank you.
Yes, at the time of the opening, as I have mentioned, the museum was in the center of the public discourse. It was very controversial, and it became a political issue as well. How the exhibition presents our national past. And I have to add that that was the best PR that we could get, because everyone was attacking the museum, so everyone knew that something was happening. What is this House of Terror museum? I have to go and see it. So even those who hated it, even those who loved it, but everyone came and watched the exhibition and had an opinion. I think that the fact that it was controversial, it was natural, because we had to start to discuss what happened with us. And also it was something very different from the previous narratives. It questioned the whole previous historical point of view of the mainstream historians and ideologists in Hungary. So the fact that there were so many debates, I think that's not a problem, that we gained a lot. I mean, not just as a museum, but our public discourse as well, because many questions that were taboos or that were not discussed before were on the table, and we had to form an opinion. So I think it was useful, and I think that after 20 years we can say, based on the fact that we had more than 6 million visitors, that the narrative that the museum offers to the visitors is functioning, and it is valid, because if it weren't, then the visitors wouldn't come. So that's the proof of its legitimacy.
I agree. So basically, before the name, I would say, communication, a lot of Estonians didn't know us. And even today, we are top 15 museums. When we have a survey, then people right away know the name. But we still don't have much Estonian visitors, like in our building. So it definitely sees that at least they have heard of us. So around Estonia, it is something to be very grateful, appreciate. And but secondly, I would mention the question of time, because these kind of topics, we get them every day. Should we do something or should we not? What our more traditional target groups would think. For example, last spring we had a project about sexual identity and feminism. And a lot of people said that it is not appropriate for our museum to discuss these topics. And we are really putting a lot of effort and a lot of time to work on our communication messages. So we have really, I think it is the main learning point, how to be out there before these target groups are finding us, that whether it is acceptable. We rather try to ask beforehand, what do you think when Vabamu would do something like that? And it helps a lot, and we have a lot of fruitful collaborations, in a way, sounding boards, so we can test these messages, we can ask what they would think about it, and in some way it has bring us closer to people as well. So we are really appreciating also these experiences with the difficult past.
Thank you. And at this point, I would ask if there are any questions from the audience. if not, still there will be some time after, but if you would like to ask something immediately, we are here.
I have plenty of questions, so no worries.
Yes, no worries. I mean,
it's your only chance now. Okay, I can't see any hands raised. So you mentioned the emotions are the method to reach to various groups, but what are the practical tools? How do you transfer the personal narratives in order to them to get to your visitors? What do you use? How do you manage your day-to-day operations, and how do you program your activities?
I really enjoyed the project we had 2 years ago. It was about the Baltic Way, 2 million stories. So Latvians, Lithuanians, Estonians standing together, and we called for memories. And we had hundreds of them coming in. We did it together with Estonian national TV. So in a way, it really touched people, and they wanted to speak up. And then we found a corridor, 50 meters long, and we made a sound corridor out of these voices, out of these memories. So people were going in, and they were able to listen. Estonian Russian-speaking community speaking about how they were afraid. Then Estonian, back then, children who didn't understand what was happening, old people, young people, people who were against that, the people who were for that. And then the sound corridor had this, this possibility to, it was a really slow space of concentrating and listening. So different kind of medium can help. But we can also say that people nowadays are getting more and more impatient. They want to get things fast. So videos, animations, and also, as our education team says, like 1 minute. You have to squeeze everything within 1 minute. And when they have already some interest, then they can spend maybe an hour in the museum. But this is a second step. So fast, we are really first developing fast methods to be able to attract their attention later on.
Well, first of all, the permanent and the temporary exhibitions as well are based on personal testimonies and remembrance. So I think it is one of the main tools that we are using. And also, I wanted to give an example of how we try to, not on TikTok, but we try to use the technologies that could attain that could gain the attention of the younger people. On the 60th anniversary of the Revolution of 1956, we created a temporary exhibition with the help of virtual reality glasses. So you put on the glass and you became the participant of a scene. You are a revolutionary, or you are under interrogation, or you are being persecuted. So this was something that was very enjoyable for the teenagers as well, and you could identify yourself with the participants of the revolution.
Can I have just a fast question? Did it remain as a part of the permanent exhibition, or?
No, unfortunately not, but it is available on internet.
Okay. Okay, so I would have also the question, like, how do you take care about the well-being of the youngsters and the child audience, not the teenager audience, in this respect?
I would, something we haven't mentioned, and it's also important for teenager, we have really thinking at the moment how to engage also students with special needs, especially with different intellect level special needs. So how we can create more easier platforms and learning paths within the museum to be able to also encourage those who... Museum is very information rich. We have lots of text, lots of photos, and every curator knows that they would like to put even more on the show. But a lot of people, and actually it is something we have to be very aware of, how our attention span and also this kind of how much we can take in is rather decreasing. And so we are trying to find methods. It's a European I Am Learning project where we are trying to create new methods how to create space. And especially for those who have special needs, but also I think this restless teenager is a very tricky group, how to give enough information, but at the same time to give them some space, because museums tend to be very information rich. So maybe it is one of the things, something new in our museum we are thinking, so less is more in a way.
I totally agree. I would add just one more aspect, because we have a program that is training teachers, because the exhibition is a tool to educate the younger generations, but the teachers are crucial when we are talking about teaching and talking about history. So during these sessions, these are weekends, and we focus on the First World War or 1956 or the democratic transition in 1989-1990. We try to elaborate the narrative that we think is considerable and we think that it is worth keeping in mind. And by doing that, it is an opportunity to spread this narrative throughout the teachers.
Thank you. And do you measure anyhow the audience that is younger? Do you see whether they are interested in your messages?
Absolutely. I think the guest book is the best accomplishment many times, what they write after a school visit to the after the exhibition. So we get great reviews, and I think that young people are interested in history and are interested in their own political and public discourse, and without knowing the history you cannot really understand what's going on in your country. So I think they are open when you apply a good method.
A very good thing we just discovered, we have a student board in our museum, so a group of students who actually reflects how the things or ideas are working, and we're especially using it for NOVA, the study platform. And also not only written form, but focus groups, interviews, getting them to the museum to test things, in a way not only asking feedback, but rather on let's do it together with them.
I saw we have a question from the audience. Ella?
Please take the microphone, because you won't be heard.
No, I just wanted to ask you about the young people, but you already answered, and I'm sorry, but that was my question before. But I wonder just one thing which comes to my mind, because you said that you had trouble, you know, some people dislike the museum. I wonder why, because it's a sort of beautiful aspect, occupation and later freedom, because of this is a public museum, or what's the story behind that I didn't gather?
Yeah,
before.
maybe I can be more precise. There was mainly question of words, how we put things. When we are talking about freedom, some people felt that we are forgetting occupation, that now we are only talking about freedom and we are pushing occupation aside. And it's also crucial to keep in mind that Russia still has an argumentation that Estonia voluntarily joined Soviet Union, that it was a free choice. And in a way that there wasn't any occupation. And a lot of people felt right away that with a change of name, we are actually supporting this ideology, but it wasn't our intention at all, and we we even didn't know that it could be so sensitive topic. So it's very, I very much appreciate this feedback, because it is exactly our question was the same 3 years ago, but where is the problem? We are doing the same thing, but there was this very sensitive way of understanding words. And those people who suffered in prison camps, those people who were sent away, whose friends, families, they were destroyed. For them, the word occupation is so important. And I think me, next generation, and people much younger, maybe we cannot truly understand what does it mean, but we can listen, and then at least encourage, or at least to make this point that I know that it is important for them, that this word really matters to them, and we have stayed true to that.
Thank you. And now let's give a chance for two other topics we have during the case studies. We will come back with the questions after. So the second session will be devoted to the topic of inclusion, and we have 2 great oral history projects. Let's start with the Albanian initiative called Even Walls Have Ears. Please, Kantiana.
When the organizers, I met with organizers yesterday, they told me that the biggest distance of any participants coming here was from Albania. Also, although it's Europe, it's still rather far away. It's going very fast. Okay, we'll have to look at it. So when I was given this task, I thought to perhaps let us see a little bit what makes Albania different from other countries. I think Albanians are still obsessed with communism. Why? Because communism, in our case, lasted for 50 years, and Stalin's statue was falling only in 91st with Enver Hoxha statue. All these 50 years we remained Stalinist, we remained closed, and after that all the discussion we've done for the past were always done without archives being opened, so it was very political. The victims' voices, of course, they were speaking here and there, but there was no institutional approach to give credibility to these voices. So what happened was that very recently, 5 years ago, the government and the legislators decided to open the Sigurimi files, and I happened to be the first chairperson. I sensed that Sigurimi had always been, on the cover page of the newspapers, very interesting, but it was a lot of anxiety related to those. Why? First, it was a lot of curiosity, what is there, was Sigurimi right or not on many things, on the approach to national security, on the geostrategic position, or, for example, let's see on the historical figures what was their involvement with Sigurimi. It was all this curiosity. But on the affected people, it was a lot of anxiety because they didn't want the Sigurimi papers to be recycled all of a sudden and them being not heard enough, being not able to channel their own version of things. On the perpetrator side and their family, again, a lot of anxiety because vetting will start and they will be vetted for public position, higher position. Other people privileged, they didn't want the narrative of communism to be challenged because they have been privileged. They didn't want to fall off grace. They wanted to remain the important bureaucrats of a system which had this glory and all this. So all this anxiety, it was very important to be addressed. So we were faced with the task to have the voices of those not heard, administered. I'm using a bureaucratic term. So the Even Walls Have Ears initiative started. It was an idea, brainchild of 2 international Albanian-originated artists, one journalist, one conceptual artist. And they came with this idea to not only hear the voices of the victims, but create another narrative out of them, So all this, it was made an artistic installation in main cities of Albania with quotes from different testimonials that they collected in the houses of the people. And with those, they created this narrative which was completely different from the official narrative of the time. Of course, it was a scientific commission to screen and to make sure it was authentic, it was credible, and it makes sense. And it was very important that day, I remember, on the same day and night, 24 hours, we showed these quotes, the narrative. You know, we have shared with you English version. You may look, it was so powerful because for the first time it was not a philosopher or historians, but there were voices of people. Of course, we have been very careful to select among the first very credible people in community, persons who have been, you know, very high, regard from the community. So, of course, a documentary was then made and aired, so it was very well accepted. But, of course, with this, what happened is that, you know, the narratives, many narratives exploded. For example, what was the biggest impact of Ivan Walls-Heavier's platform was that it was discovered for the public the existence of concentration camps with children with a very high mortality rate, with unmarked graves. This was among one of the cases that, you know, you'll see photos here, and I'm sorry, I should have had it, you know, more on my comment, but these are some figures, and people were shocked to know that these concentration camps existed in Albania. They saw hundreds of children died of epidemics, and their graves were unmarked still today. Right after we had the community being aware of this fact, they reported finding human remains around the building. So all of a sudden it became a public debate issue. Again, the different groups, some didn't want to accept the narrative, some were very ashamed to have been part, you know, their family members of this. Some historians of the old guard, they started to create, you know, this resistance. But at the end of the day, it was a very nice day when we had recognition from the highest politicians in the country. The president himself awarded medals of solidarity and survival to some of the survivors that were still there, recognizing mothers having found their human remains of their children there, and then different stories. I mean, we have a lot of documents here. We published a book with all oral history. So at the end, you know, now it's a well-established, recognized thing in the public, and there are plans also to make the Tepelena camp one of the places of memory. Another very important impact came from reports from the survivors of hidden burial places of the missing. We were able to compile a map of 75 hidden graves, places, and showed it to the public and to the institution. And we are starting now a campaign, perhaps going after the Polish model of IPN, to make sure that, you know, every request of families that are still obsessed with finding, they want to find the places where their relatives are hidden, to make sure that those are addressed, that we make absolute efforts as a society to clear their whereabouts, their fate, and why not, you know, make sure that all the necessary steps are taken on a technological point of view and also in the rule of law, that cases, you know, are solved, although we know that this is at the beginning. But it's important that through oral history we had this great impact, that now society is aware that communism killed, Sigurimi killed, and there are thousands of the best people of this country, of our country, that they are not yet found. As a responsibility of each one to do something. A third impact, it's important also, is that we organize a local dialogue on Sigurimi files. We always, this is not a typical oral history, because oral history many organizations do, but in our case it's linked with Sigurimi files. So all the fears and anxiety of people that Sigurimi files may recycle the old stereotypes, bad stereotypes of Sigurimi, are mitigated because we ask them to give their accounts related to Sigurimi files. So when we later on put in the use of historians, researchers, young people, whoever wants to see them, we serve them both, the file and the account, especially for the historical figures which have more impact in society. So in this regard, also the local dialogue in every city is taking its own local flavor, is being more authentic, is focused on the events that each city has. For example, in one of the cities, when you have, we have 13 labor camps. It is the propaganda of communism was showing the best successful cooperative of the time. So we are putting now the contrast, the cooperative, the so-called successful, and the 13 forced labor camps with narrative from oral history collected. And you know, it immediately, you know, make sure that all the indoctrination of the past, which is still there, is challenged by files, but also by the life of people. Talking about emotions that the two colleagues said, it also brings an element of a human dimension of it. For example, Lucia, again, we brought voices of children who have been interned there and found interesting photos of children interned to show exactly to children of today, because that is easier for them to relate, young people to young people. The right to education, which was denied, for example. We have testimonials of that. So it's very much telling to young people who are now free to do whatever they want, that it was a time that this was denied. So all in all, it has resulted positive, and it had a great impact. It was not easy. I mean, we have a collection of newspapers, different newspapers really pressuring us, talking about controversies. If there were interests of different groups, of course, clashing into the public eye. But at the end of the day, now, it's changing completely. When it comes to your question of before, how you measure, 5 years ago, they measured the public perception, and 50% of respondents said that communism was good, that country was better. And when they were asked about events, it was showed the great ignorance, not information being passed into different groups on one side, or over exaggeration and, you know, out of proportion respondent on the other side. So it was such a polarized society. So nowadays I wish they do it again. The OSCE has done this survey, but I can sense that, you know, it's much more demystified, you know, not a taboo issue. And I see from requests from the public, you know, thousands that we process every year. Now it's a large number of files being exposed. So it's helping, especially also paired with the people's voices. Challenges, of course, credibility of oral history. I mean, you know better than me. I'm a bureaucrat, you are researchers. There is an issue of credibility. But we try to do, I mean, to better every day our methodology. One thing is the challenge at time. Every other day we lose political prisoners, important actors of the memory. So we also are a little bit in a hurry. But I think it's working well.
Thank you, Gentiana. And now my colleagues from the NRS will present the In-Between project.
Thank you very much, Beata. We have the pleasure, together with Anja Wachowiak, to introduce to you as a case studies of the different projects of ENRS, the educational project In Between. This is a project addressed to students aged 18-26. We are organizing it since 2016, so we have 6 editions, 6 years experience. We invite participants of different fields of interest, like, for example, anthropology, cultural studies, history, sociology. And the participants are given an opportunity to conduct oral history research in the European borderlands. So our main topics, it's oral history and borderland regions. Gaining theoretical knowledge and practical skills, the participants collect audio and video recordings of individual historical narrations. They scan private photographs or documents to share them with local museums and archives. Before traveling to the different European borderlands for their fieldwork, the participants take part in interdisciplinary workshops, learning the basics of conducting interviews, basics of visual documentation, and the necessary historic context. Later on, they split into smaller groups and travel to the different borderlands in order to speak with representatives of local communities and minorities.
The history of our project is quite long. We have a quite long list of locations that we already visited. So let me please tell just a few cities and countries that our participants already visited. It was the borderlands Czech Republic, Germany, Poland, Austria, Slovenia, Hungary, Slovakia, Ukraine, Polish-Lithuanian borderland, Prespa Lakes region, Albanian Montenegrin borderland, Hungarian Romanian borderland, and Catalonia. What I would like to underline, and it was aforementioned before, the last 3 editions were slightly different than typical classical version of In Between, and some details more later.
Now we would like to show you a short example of our project results, and you will figure out that we practice in this project the so-called exemplarisches Lernen, as we say in German, which means learning on a micro scale, but reflecting the global context. Please, this is also my request to our technical support. We would like to show a short piece of one of the videos. It's running already. I will comment it afterwards.
I think identity is overrated. You know, I think, like I said, it's limiting. I mean, if you think, you know, that these nation states, you know, the idea that France is, you know, just for the French, and Italy's for the Italians, and Hungary's for the Hungarians. It's crazy. I mean, it's never been the case. You know, there's always been movement. People have always moved from one country to another, or one part of the world to another part of the world.
Ja jestem Polką. Jestem Polką żyjącą na Węgrzech. To, że ja tutaj żyję o wiele więcej lat niż żyłam w Polsce, dla mnie to nie ma znaczenia. Ja się potrafię utożsamić z Węgrami, to znaczy rozumiem ich i powiedzmy, wydaje mi się, że lepiej sobie daję radę tutaj na Węgrzech, niż dawałabym sobie radę w Polsce, gdybym wróciła z powrotem do Polski.
Egyszer egy egyesületi tagunk mondta, hogy engem mindig lenéznek, mert én nem tudok németül. De hát én nem tanulhattam meg németül. Azt mondja, de német vagyok, és büszke vagyok arra, és az identitásomat is őrzöm. Azt mondja, a lányom egyetemre jár, perfekt német. De ő benne már nincs meg az identitás, hiába próbálom én neki közvetíteni. És azt mondja, hogy az egy dolog, ő most már tud németül, de ő attól még nem lesz német, ha nincs meg az identitása.
And to me, what's important in identity is history. You know, is your history. You know, it's important that you know your history, that you know what your parents went through, what your grandparents went through, and try to understand them, because all of that somehow subconsciously has gone into your makeup, right?
Thank you very much for this short piece of one of our films. More films and more films and more information about other editions of the project you can check on our website.
Yeah, I wanted to comment you shortly this film. Our technical team was too fast, so I missed it before and Anja took already over. So actually you saw the result of the in-between edition and the experiences of the students in the Hungarian-Croatian borderland, city of Pécs and the surroundings. The narration of this film was actually prepared by the students. And the English-speaking man you heard and saw on the screen, this was Dr. George Deek, a Hungarian Jew living in the United States. So actually, it was funny when I discovered again this video. This study took place in 2016, and our students were already working with Zoom. Yeah, we had an interviewee connecting online. Then you met Mrs. Katalin Drecki, a Hungarian of Polish origins, and the head of the German-Hungarian Association, Mrs. Milita Hingel, talking about her own identity and the situation of her daughter. This whole video clip takes 12 minutes, and you will not find all the interviews inside, but we have all these data resources because the students took actually 15 interviews in 6 different languages with a multi-generational group of people aged between 18 and 90, and they met representatives of 6 minorities. And as Anja already said, we invite you to check out these resources on the ENRS website, on the project site in between. You find not only video clips, but also podcasts of this year edition and artistic works of former editions dealing with photography.
Yeah, and last two things to make a kind of a short summary. What we'd like to emphasize is that our project is focused on the learning process of the participants. So our goal is to give them as much fruitful experience as it is possible. Our goal is to build a bridge between the university learning and individual stories that can be read in the perspective of the 20th century history of Europe. Last thing to underline, having in mind the idea of inclusion, that is the subject of our session. We do not only include students with the theoretical starting point taken straight from the university in our project, but we want to include them into the bloodstream of the history of individuals and societies. And from the formal point of view, which is really important for us as for the institution, we also always have a long list of partners, of partner institutions. They give us the know-how or the insights how to work in the chosen area, and our contacts are usually long-term contacts, and we continue this cooperation in the future, what is for the NRS a great cause to be satisfied with in between. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would have here a question that Anja partly already answered, but I will address it first to Gentiana. Like, what is needed to truly and successfully involve the local communities? And how do you diagnose the community needs?
I think that you connect well with communities, especially with the affected people, because the narratives of the perpetrator is already done. I mean, of course, they have things to share, but for now, our priority is to listen to those who have not been listened to. So first is to show responsibility, to not misuse their accounts, to protect well their authorship, their rights. We have this negotiation with them of how to use their accounts. To be aware of the conflict of interest, because sometimes victims tend to exaggerate, or sometimes they use others' perception and they think it's also theirs. We've had case in a concentration camp of Tepelena of children 3 years old then telling stories perhaps coming from the family, and they think it is their memory, but professionals are needed to be there to evaluate always the accounts. It's not automatic. And so this is more or less, if you build a credible process and you also show a little bit of empathy toward them, you don't become just a bureaucrat. Of course, we don't want to take sides, but a little bit of side, it's always there. When it comes to human rights violation, killings and everything, of course, you need to show your empathy and you understand their pain and you are humble because, of course, you don't give solution to every problem. There are redressing mechanisms that we try to address, to report, to refer to a governmental institution always. We try to be of help, although we are modest enough. And I always start with, I understand we are very late. We understand government has been really dragging feet. You deserve much more. What you lost, you're never being given back with all this that we are doing, but let us try. So always being humble because it's so much that they need to compensate what they lost, life, youth, possession, education, profession, and many things. They are very deep wounds. So all this, to show human side, human face of all this, not me, but all staff, I said, please treat them like they are your family members. Be there for them. And then when it comes to diagnosis of communities, Albania is a small country but very diverse. When colleagues speak about occupation, being foreigners against the local population, perhaps this is controversial but easier, but in case of Albania, it was Albanians against Albanians. It's very painful. Small community and they know each other and they've been there. So it's very often, how to also keep the equilibrium, give time to people, but also have a ear for all perspectives. As example, for example, we broke the story of the missing, 3,000 plus stories that we discovered in Sigurimi files. And the way we exhibited the stories was we used cubes, but we left faces empty. So we used, for example, 2 faces, leaving other faces empty, saying that we found this evidence, but whoever has another perspective, it's welcome to use it, just to convey the messages that everybody's voices are important, that memory is pluralistic, that people are allowed to be changed. They can. Many people say that indoctrination is also a coercion. They said, we didn't know. We've been deprived of key information. I've had Sigurimi guys telling me that they didn't know about many facts because the society was very much atomized. So everyone was given a version, this is the enemy and go against him. So all these aspects are very delicate. Cooperation with local universities, with local historians, with the local government, always important, and families. It starts from bottom up. Of course, with researchers and professionals, not imposing, but making sure that subjectivism and dilettantism and sometimes hidden interests are there. But yeah.
Thank you. It was very interesting. And please, Anna or Anne-Marie?
Same question. Well, as we try to point out, showing you this short film, we include local communities because actually we have local partners, and throughout our local partners we figure out who we should talk to, who we should meet during the study visit. So this is our key to get into contact, and then we gather the sources and the narratives, and we spread them throughout our website, throughout our information channels.
Thank you. And now, if at this point you have any questions, we are ready. I can see here in the first row. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question to the in-between, because you are working with students. So how do you select the students? Is there a big competition, or is it not that much interest because probably they come from other countries and not from the country you are working in? So how is this looking like?
as you know, we are an international undertaking, so every our project should be international. So the recruitment process is international too. We announce it in our social media, on website, on the websites of our partners. Usually it includes 2 stages. So we got a kind of applications from our possible participants, and we have to do some choice between them, and they are actually from all over the Europe, and not only sometimes, also from Poland, but Warsaw is only a city where we have our base, but it's not the we are not obliged to have Polish citizens. Of course, sometimes it's a challenge for us to attract as many people as we would like to have. But finally, actually, in every edition of the project, we got as many participants as we need, and they are really enthusiasts of the oral history. And they are sometimes they are very young, sometimes they are somewhere in half of the university studies, but for sure the feedback that they got from the project is important for their future career, for the academia, for the private lives and decisions.
Thank you.
I have a question for Albania and for Anne-Marie. It's a small country like Ireland, yes. And I was interested in what you said about the problem was, and the tension and the difference was between Albanians themselves. And in some way, how did you manage that?
I think the delayed opening of the debate helped a little, because many characters are not active politically. So it was, you know, the balance in society. Because I see young people are completely deprived of emotional baggage, you know. The affected families, the young people remain emotional. While the rest of the population, young people have also this historical interest. They are more, I'll see also staff, our staff, if they are young, they work more professionally, they are more free of emotions. I think it was this. Second, it was that when we opened up the dialogue and the Authority of Files was created, we were lucky to get the best advice from the German colleagues. So it was an already tested approach. After 25 years old of them opening files and having also international experience with other offices that they have helped across. So it was a very good law that created us, very good law. And also the oral history connected with the Sigurimi files is provided by the law. So one of the most projects that had resistance from the public was this. Many people would say, it's not credible, now what do you think, why you trust so much, so many subjects, you know, telling their own stories, but it was in the law, so we have been protected. After, you know, testimonials were confronted with the archive, collection, and all this and that, so they gained more credibility, but at the beginning it helped us, the law, so it was the time, the biology, and a little bit of, I think, credible and professionalism also. We had also, UNDP measured the credibility of institutions, and we were among the highest rated ones. So it helped also this very careful approach and human approach for people to trust and then to be a partner.
Thank you very much. Now I can see I think that we will pass through to the third session.
Yeah, sure. So we'll start with the third session. We finally reached the topic that we finished with the last panel discussion, so digital transformation.
And let's start with Paweł Sawicki from the Auschwitz Museum and Memorial.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. And first of all, the Auschwitz Memorial, the Auschwitz is a symbol for the world, the symbol of the Holocaust, the symbol of the atrocities of the Second World War, the symbol of the genocide, symbol where hatred, anti-Semitism, and many other forms of hatred can lead humanity to. And in 1947, the Auschwitz Memorial was established. So today, we preserve the authentic site. So you can see the unloading platform in Birkenau here in the picture. And our responsibility is, of course, to commemorate all the victims. And history of Auschwitz is really complex, so then different groups of victims are there. Of course, majority of them were Jews, but we have big groups like Poles or Sinti and Roma, Soviet soldiers, but also very small groups like some 400 Jehovah's Witnesses, or a little bit over 100 men who were persecuted for their sexual orientation, or 2 people born in Estonia, in Tallinn. They were also prisoners of Auschwitz. One of them perished in Auschwitz, another in the Bay of Lubeck. So it's our responsibility, of course, to commemorate all the victims. It's our responsibility to preserve all the authentic remains, whether it's a document, a building, or a prosthetic of a victim. And of course, the core of our educational work are visits to the authentic site. And there was a lot of said of how to build this narration, how can you address different groups. Our answer are the guides. They are people speaking 22 languages. So first of all, we can talk to many people in their own language, but a guide who is a person can always find or try to shape the narration that addresses the needs of the people. So we can use a little bit different language when we talk to young people, a little bit different language when you guide a group of judges and persecutors, because we have also projects directed to many people. And last year was a challenge, because the site, for the first time in history, was closed, and we were empty. And that was, when you look at this graph, you can see this change. This is the attendance to the memorial for the last 20 years, and we started this century with 500,000 visitors, and 2019 was the record year of 2.3 million people, and we could have the whole session about why these numbers increase. And then you have 2020, and most of these 500,000 people came before the pandemic started. And then we were closed, and after the first reopening, we, for example, had days with 100 visitors at the site. So of course, we were present online before, but the emptiness of the site and the fact that people couldn't come triggered different ways of thinking of how we can use our online presence in our daily work. As I said, the only untouched part of this activity was conservation, because while most of our educational projects, research, publication are based on our budget, and it suffered enormously because of the lack of the visitors, conservation is financed by the Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation, and so the security of preservation of the authenticity was still there. And also, of course, we have a website where you can find auschwitz.org, for those of you who haven't been there yet. So you can find a lot of materials there, educational, historical, documents, collections, and so on and so on. But we were also, when the social media started in 2008-9, we were in the fields of our institutions. I mean, the memorial sites of former concentration camp, extermination camps, Holocaust museums. We were pioneers. We were basically the first one that started a Facebook page, and we had to go through all this discussion whether institutions like the Auschwitz Memorial should be even on Facebook. Today it's like an anecdote because everyone is there, and we've already heard that Facebook is a tool for old people, and but we are there, and here you can see the numbers, which is substantial. I mean, over 1.5 million people follow the memorial, mainly on Twitter. Twitter is, and I'm going to speak about Twitter in a moment, but then we have Facebook, Instagram. We're not on TikTok. I don't know if I should add yet, or we'll see how it goes. But this is something that this is a group that we call the virtual community of remembrance. That people decide to join us, and through our online presence, we can direct them either just to engage them because they will click like or they will see our post, or we can lead them to something else. And So Twitter, with over 1.1 million followers, when we had this whole campaign to get to 1 million, and many people helped us, and this engagement was something very important to see, is where Twitter is important because on one hand we can have this contact with the audience, but Twitter allows us to work with media, with also sometimes celebrities. We can correct things on Twitter or through Twitter, issuing statement, but the core of our activity is always to commemorate the victims and try to show the complexity of the story of Auschwitz and the different tones of this, not black and white, but everything which is between it, and to explain the complexity. And this is something that is worth fighting for, because on one hand we can say 2 million visitors a year, it's a huge number and a huge effort, but it means that there are billions of people, I mean literally billions of people, who will never come. Whether there's pandemic or not, they simply are not able to come. And here you can just see one statistics, 1 month of this year, January 2021, and all the tweets, 215 million impressions in a month. The one tweet, 6.6 million impressions, 32,000 retweets. I mean, this is, if you follow Twitter, I should ask how many people follow Auschwitz Memorial on Twitter. I hope we'll have more followers after this session. But this is something very important. And then some of these people can reach to our online educational tools and get more. Some just will look at it and then continue. And I'd like to, as a case study, because there's plenty of things I could talk to, but when we were getting to the 75th anniversary of liberation and we were putting things on Twitter and social media, something that is very universal for people is the birthday. Because of course when we talk about Auschwitz we talk about death and tragedy and suffering, but death in Auschwitz is completely unnatural. It is something inhuman when we talk about this experience. But all these people who became victims were born, and this is something that we all share. So I started putting tweets like this online with a birthday, and right now this project is that we published a tweet every 2 hours, from 1 a.m. in the morning till 11 p.m. in the evening, every single day. So these are tweets from yesterday. I mean, you can see the 26th of October, and this is kind of a meeting point, because we can see different, we can see men and women, we can see children, we can see older people, we can see Jews, we can see non-Jews, we can see people from different countries, and then of course all the time we can direct people to different educational materials. Sometimes, like in the story of the Soviet soldiers, 13,000 of them perished in Auschwitz, we have no pictures, but it is important for us to keep the memory of those different groups. And so they are also mentioned. People can see, and you know, these are short messages. It's just, you know, the name, the date of birth, the date of incarceration, the date of sometimes liberation. Sometimes it's interesting when we have the occupation of these people, but people can look at the faces and the feedback that we get, that some people try to read the names and they are in different languages, so they have problems, or they are of different ages. So for grandparents to see faces that remind them of their grandchildren is very emotional, or lawyers, here is a case of lawyers, and so these are many different tiny lines that we can use to engage with the audience that is online, and they see it. And Sinti and Roma, of course, another group, again no photographs, but we decided that we're going to publish those. So these are 12 people that were commemorated yesterday, and if you follow us on Twitter, you will see all these people that we chose today. And so this is a very interesting way of going from something that also was mentioned, going from individual story, individual name, individual face, to show the complexity of the story of Auschwitz. And here is just one case study, and I could again bring many. I posted this picture. This was July, 21st July, the birthday of Jiří Popper, a Czech Jewish boy, and something that none of us probably would see, but our followers did, is this little pin that he has in the jacket. And this is the pin of a Spanish football club from San Sebastian. And people started thinking, why is this Czech Jewish boy in probably 1930s has a pin of a Spanish football club in his jacket? And they started, media and followers of the football, and the football club itself contacted us. So they found out that there was a Jewish Czech Jewish, I mean actually German Jewish football club in Prague that played with Real Sociedad in 1920s and 1930s, so they found scores of this game. So maybe it's a souvenir. And for example, it's probably the first and last time that the story of Auschwitz was brought in a Spanish sports magazine, Marca. I mean, they usually don't write about Auschwitz, as you can imagine. So the story of, you can see the mystery sign of Real Sociedad in the case of the victims of Auschwitz. So as you can see, this brings the story to a very minimalistic individual level, and then it explodes to something much more universal. And just to end this, as I said, the pandemic forced us to think differently about many things, but we are taking it slow. We want to be ready, not to just rush immediately and just opening Zooms and things like that, but we need to know why we are doing it. So when the pandemic started, an Israeli company reached us and they offered that they are going to help us with, the company name is AppsFlyer, that they want to help us build some kind of a new virtual tool to engage with the audience, which will combine many things, but it will give our educators, this will not be recorded, this will not be video, this will be live tours using the new technology, but this is just a teaser, maybe next conference, because we are going to launch it probably early next year, so I'll be able to tell more. And since we're talking about new technology, just to direct you to a few of our online resources, many online lessons, lesson.auschwitz.org, almost 30 lessons, all of them in English, but also many languages, covering different topics of the story of Auschwitz. Our monthly magazine, where we talk about memory as a universal topic, and institutions are invited to publish, and memoria.auschwitz.org, where you'll find this, and podcast, auschwitz.org/podcast. I invite you to listen. So this is it. I know we are running out of time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was impressive. And now we would like to ask Christina Ranki from the Mannerheim Museum to tell us a little bit about it, and after we will have a few questions.
Thank you for the kind invitation. It is a pleasure to be here. And what is the Mannerheim Museum? It is basically a biographical museum, which main product is the visit to the very authentic home of this man. But I have to, of course, start to tell you who this man is, because it's not always evident, even though it's a great hero for some and an opposant to some others. Gustav Mannerheim is the most famous and the most commemorated person in the Finnish history, and also has a wonderful, should I say, amazing ubiquity in our country, but also in other countries such as Russia, Poland, Switzerland, Sweden, and so on. He was born in 1867 and died in 1951 when the museum was created the same year. As an anecdote, I can say about his ubiquity is that when I went to the doctor ill and the doctor saw where I worked, then he started to ask me, "Oh, how is Mannerheim?" And he forgot about my illness. So that is something that's a little bit annoying. You try to talk about some chosen themes, but you always come to the main product, the man himself, and this shows how much people are interested in the humor interest factor. But so now I've been working 9 years almost in this house, and what you can see here is some of our achievements. We are, of course, on Facebook, we are on Instagram, we have a new renewed website and a 3D model with a not interactive but a little bit active 3D tour. And then what we did during the pandemic was to launch YouTube channel and videos there. So this is a whole new field to this very traditionalist museum, and I would say that the most important thing is that we took this step and went through this threshold. And also maybe if we talk about the outcome, which is a little bit early to say, but also one interesting remark is that I think our audience is really traditionalist. So if we try to do something modern and fun, Maybe the time is not ripe yet, but we'll see. Then also the question, why is this man so central? He's of course a very interesting person and handsome cavalryman who spoke 7 languages and all that, but he mainly embodies the Finnish history in so many ways, and not only from one year or one event, but all our phases, so the independence, the civil war, the defense of the independence, and also the time before the independence. So that is important, and through his ancestors, even the Swedish time in the 18th century. And the museum is a very good target, therefore, very responsible work that we do when we deal with school groups and VIPs, visiting tourists, and so on, to explain Finland all in all. What we had as discussions that preceded our new things, new steps in this field, I would like to mention some of those that we concentrated mostly on. First of all, that everything should be based on historical research, of course. Museums think like that, but in the Mannerheim field, nothing is evident. There are so many memories and what you mentioned, the colored memories. So we're really into that we ourselves do new historical research with the museum collections, and that means Mannerheim's letters and personal property. So this is the most important, and then we wanted to, what history? They wanted to concentrate on the more unknown sides. So on one end of the scale you have the military errors, the military strategies, the war memories, and then on the other end of the scale you have vodka, Mannerheim drinks, you have food, and Mannerheim's escapades with women. So something in the middle used to interest me mostly when I was working here, and that is social, cultural history, and so on. So there's a lot of different history. We were very keen on Mannerheim's and the museum's brand, good taste. We chose a very classic approach in themes of colors and tempo and all that. And we decided to be gatekeepers, not like they used to be, but open to humor and different views. But of course the team who has done this is really small. You can see us there talking to each other. So basically it has been three persons responsible for this work mainly. But the humor aspect is quite difficult. And first of all, you would think that there would be so many people opposing that, and I think my most opposition came from my 2 colleagues and not from the old veterans. So as a museum director, I think it was me standing for the wildest ideas quite often. We quickly also saw a limit for the historian's favorite thing, deconstruction. We saw that all products will have to include respect for Mannerheim. We are in his house, and also for his time and different groups of people. And we decided not going to engage in the cancel culture movement, of course. This is also evident for historians, not to take down hunting trophies and so on. If we would start with that, then nothing would be left. And also concentrate on the main issues, what is Mannerheim specific and Mannerheim Museum specific. I think our most popular video at the moment should be the decorations, the order system explaining YouTube video, which is quite interesting. So these are the frames, and then if we have time we can discuss more of the details, but you'll see here some of the looping stuff, the website, the 3D model, and they all have their main purpose, and also some questions they rise. So one of the things I can immediately see, having a little bit of a distance, is that the history is not specifically difficult in these products. It's mostly beautiful things. informative things like there, but if there is one message that we emphasize, it is the international cosmopolitan national hero. So this is something that is a tool at the moment, but we'll see what you're going to ask about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. As we saw, the digital transformation in museums can have a very different form. How do you think that digital affects the museum experience? Is it becoming like a digital first experience, or how does it extend to the museum visit itself?
Shall I continue? Maybe we were a little bit afraid of that question before, and when all comes down to post-pandemic world, I would agree with somebody who said that it's not enough to have this in the digital world. The most important is to have a human guide talking to another human in this specific, authentic setting. But it still means that we have to have all this digital world. It's self-evident today, and also have to be accessible to the world that cannot visit physically in the house. And also, of course, a great means of coming out with material, a longer material than in the one short hour.
I think that we have different realities indeed, that this is not something that is one or the other. It is one and the other because they give you completely different possibilities, and somehow I feel we need to learn, and I think the pandemic's also forced us to learn in a not moving everything that we did in a museum to the same size and extent online. That online gives you, like, again, there were many voices. Sometimes we need to do things that are very, very short, which in a museum we would never do, but the social media language demands, or the people attention demands us to be briefer and shorter and using visuals in a different way. But I think it is simply a completely different tool, and they create this whole experience that people may have. Those who come may use to the Auschwitz Memorial, people may use the online, everything that we put online to learn more, because during the tour it is never possible to have everything. They can use it to prepare. This is why we train teachers how to use all these materials that they can later transfer as this experience. And I think something that we need to remember is that people will be drawn by authenticity. I mean, always this being able to be with another human being, being able to see the side is always be the goal of the people, and the online presence can only draw people and make them maybe decide that they will want to come. I remember when we started the first virtual tour, there were lots of discussions, I mean, and then people will stop coming. I mean, they'll see everything, and why should they come? And then we saw that it's not the case. And you know, I always say, if you saw a beautiful historical memorials, I don't know, Machu Picchu, for example, the fact that you saw it online with even the best 360 degrees video, drone, whatever possibilities are now, will it discourage you to go there? I mean, I think quite the opposite. So people may use it, but we can really tailor the online projects to use the possibilities that is online. So like in a typical tour of the memorial, we cannot switch between Auschwitz I and Birkenau, the two parts of the museum, because we simply need to physically get there. And when we talk about this very complex chronology of the two places, you should be in those different places to be able to explain the story better. Online allows you to move between those places. And sometimes an event, like I remember we had the 70th anniversary of the transports of Hungarian Jews, and we decided to make the project for Facebook only, that it will not be one event, one conference, but every day we will post something, and to create this narration only for this audience, using the tools that this audience can get. So it just opens a completely new level of creativity and challenge for us who curate the places and the story.
And also with exhibitions, we have temporary exhibitions. When we organize them in 1 or 2 rooms for 1.5 year or 1 year, then the trace that should be left is also very good to have a digital platform to leave something there and also to complement it something else, then you see you can have more if you go both to the authentic and to the digital.
Thank you. And you already said that the messages are short, much shorter than you would have normally done them in the museums. But is there a, like, how to conduct the difficult issues, and is there any limit of how simplified the issues can be on the social media?
For us, there certainly is a limit. I mean, as the Auschwitz Memorial, we sometimes look at things that colleagues from other museums, not related to this difficult history, are doing, and we are so jealous that they can do this and this, they can this short film, that short film, they can play with different genres in terms of media. We have to be always, we need to remember what we represent, and that we need to stay true to the very complex story, but also do not cross a certain line of respect. But it proved to be possible. I mean, with Twitter, really the change from 140 characters to 280 characters was a revolution for us. that suddenly we could really, of course, squeeze this into a message. And there are still some challenges of sometimes what words you can use, you cannot use. But I think that also we shouldn't be the slaves of algorithms always. That despite they tell you that the message should be shorter or briefer, sometimes you should go against this, because this history demands a more complex explanation. Like one thing we did for Twitter is we photograph a piece of text and then we put it as a picture, and then we can have not only 280 characters, but maybe someone will click and will read more. So it's finding the balance. On one hand, to follow the language, the narration that people use online, and try to get close to this language, but on the other hand, not lose anything that the institution, and I'm talking about the Auschwitz Memorial, but I think this will be the challenge for many others, not to lose the character of what the institution is.
Not to oversimplify something.
Yes.
Okay, now let's give a chance to the audience if you have any questions. Dr. Kamiński.
Yes, I have a question to Mr. Sawicki, because I'm one of those million followers on Twitter. And of course I admire work you do, but I cannot understand one aspect of it, because you are using also your Twitter account to correct some people who are promoting some mistakes on history of Auschwitz, which is fine. But sometimes you react to the people who has, like, I don't know, 100 followers. And don't you feel that you are in fact promoting a kind of historical errors, or even a smooth negationism or something like this, by reacting to such marginal voices?
So this is in fact the question that we've been asking ourselves from the very beginning. To what extent you can engage with the audience, and should you really talk to everyone? Because the social media presence kind of makes you think that you should talk to everyone and you should reply to everyone, and then you'll, in terms of Auschwitz, you'll see there is a lot of noise happening. And I think we're learning in time that you do not have to talk to everyone. You do not have to react to every disrespectful meme. Certainly, we do not respond to Holocaust deniers. The only thing we do with Holocaust deniers is to block them and forget about them. But so you will see that this kind of interaction decreased in the last, throughout the time. That one of my friends from a different museum, we were talking about it, she said that it's good when the interaction like this has an educational value. I mean, it's not just to reply to the person who is saying something ridiculous or unfactual or disrespectful. It's the fact that the people who will see this interaction will get something from it. So I think we try right now more and more, we are into this, that whenever we engage, when this can raise a public discourse and more people, thanks to this interaction, will learn something. So I think you are very right, and I think we constantly learn it. In social media, you cannot plan everything from A to Z, how to respond. We're learning. And I think each social media administrator should learn is sometimes less and more. And despite you know, sometimes I'm sitting at the keyboard and I really want to answer, but then maybe I don't have to. Maybe really sometimes silence is, so it's again different when we talk to, when we, for example, talk to journalists who write articles that have mistakes. Our policy is that we will not share any article, video, material that has factual mistakes. So then we address them, because if they correct it, then our followers can learn the story. And so we have to find different levels, and it's always, sometimes probably we make mistakes, because it's an live, it's something that is alive, it's the social platform. But certainly you're right, we shouldn't talk to everyone.
There is another question. Okay, second and the third, and then we will end.
Yes, I would. Sorry, I would also have a question for the two participants about the digital products. In our case, we are a museum that exists in 24 languages, and we have had long discussions about the language of our social media communication. We are aware from the Belgian context in which we are located that we miss out on large parts of the audiences because we don't communicate, because we cannot staff communication in French or Dutch or German. So we do it in English, but we miss out on large part of the audiences. So I wanted to ask you if you had any discussions about this, and how could we address this issue, because multilingual communication will be even more complex and very resource intense. Many thanks.
Shall I? Yes. We have a personality who spoke 7 languages, so basically we should have all those languages. We have a website on 4 languages, which are Finnish, Swedish, English, and Russian. Social media-wise, we decided not to have output in Russian, because we cannot communicate. It's a little small museum, and we cannot go into the Facebook discussion in Russian. So this is quite of a problem, I think, what we're missing, as you formulated it. But then again, I think it's really important to have it not only in 1 or 2, but this is a Finnish feature. Anyhow, we have always many languages present, and we are very aware of that. And certainly, most of all, Finnish and Swedish. We think that Swedish was the mother tongue of Mannerheim, so that is something that is important to continue that tradition, and then to a little bit fight the overall English dominance, and would need to have more French, which we do in other communication forms like speeches and so on, participation. But very good question.
So in our case, we basically do Polish-English. In Twitter, at some point, we decided to make a separate account for Polish and English, because most people and most of our followers are foreigners, not Polish, so it really created a mess for them when they saw these messages that they couldn't understand. And this is one of the challenges, because as Facebook, for example, allows you to publish posts in different languages, and then people from one group will not see, and it will not distort. And I think on Twitter right now it's not possible. But our choice right now is basically English and Polish. Sometimes when there is a necessity, we communicate in a different language. We just, like right now we published a book in Italian, so we decided that, okay, we'll make an exception and we'll write something in Italian. But I think that the future, and we talk about technology, is the automatic translation that is getting better and better. There are already AI technologies that are learning. There are already software that can start translating subtitles, either based on Google technology or others. And while it's not, of course, anytime 100% accurate, it is getting closer and closer. And while, of course, we need to be very careful about the language that we use, especially when we talk about very difficult and sensitive topics, sometimes probably we'll get to this decision that the choice of not telling people at all, or telling them with this 80–90% accuracy that this automatic system can do, will be probably something that we will all be doing in the future, because it's right now it's really that the context is right, sometimes the words are, but then it's a question whether someone will read this 80% of the message or not read it at all. So, but certainly we wouldn't be able to have, like we have guides at the memorial speaking 22 languages. creating this kind of a social media presence would be very difficult unless you want to have separate accounts. But then, as we all know, having so many separate accounts create lots of other challenges.
Thank you. And the last question of Oscar.
Hi, Oskar Gruzinj from the Occupation Museum of Latvia. I was wondering, for those of us who are dealing with very sensitive issues, I was wondering if the panel could share some experiences and better practices in using social media to engage with young people, especially if we take into account that Facebook's for old people.
So this was also my last question for you.
Everybody?
Would
anyone else? Because
Well, I could just share that this year we strengthened our Instagram account as ENRS because we realized this meets also your question, Mr. Reisner, about reaching out for students for our in-between project, that to get into touch with our future participants, we need these new social media accounts. But it's a long way to build it up if you are not already in contact with these young people who may follow you. So throughout our youth projects, we find new participants, they share our account, and we continue to largen this community. So I'm not able to give you good advice, but for us it was obvious that we also have to change from Facebook to Twitter and Instagram. Yeah.
We have made a lot of fun about TikTok, but actually we are launching TikTok next week.
No.
So, and we decided to give the TikTok account to different persons. So we don't know what's going to happen, but trying to stay with young people when they are there. And they're not only dancing there, you should go and look it up, but definitely there are different channels as well. So we try that platform, and let's hope that young people are accepting us.
I can share with you our experience with a young Wikipedian of Albanian language, a young group who know how to edit. And we have a series of activity with them. They come and we share our resources and they write whatever they like. But you know, they have this young perception, the way and so the entries into Albanian language according to our characters or events are multiplying every time we do these editatron activities. And they also become our social influencers. They are all very bright. Another example was one of the social influencers, a model or something that I didn't know, but I knew after. She was the niece of one of the victims of torture, and the moment she shared the testimonies of her grandfather, oh my God, you know, it was like massively followed. And my daughter then told me, now I understand what you are doing. It was through a young person that she understood it, not through me, although I was talking at home very often. So a social influencer I would suggest.
Thank you.
Young artists also, you know, their audience is, we have a case of Tepelina Camp. We do all this research work and we have some followers. And then an actress come and she joined the movement, and her tweets or her social media posts, you know, immediately gets 10 times higher audience. So.
Okay, so
just shortly, because
marketing.
again, this is a broad topic, but one thing, it's also, we can use social media because we can also search what people are talking, and I think it's something interesting to sometimes jump into this discussion, to write a comment as an institution, to just get engaged, because then people get engaged. Yes. It's not only just producing the messages that we post on our official websites, but we can somehow feel the beat of this public discourse when we analyze different words, we search ourselves, and then suddenly people are surprised that, for example, Auschwitz Memorial can reply them, and we find their discussion, and when we jump in and offer them more. So it's kind of a two-way street always, not only us writing different language, because I don't really think we need to use different language to talk to young people, or we need to use simple communicative in a way, but then trying to use the social media interaction of us being on the other side to talk to people.
Thank you very much to all of you for your input in our panel, in our session. I hope that everybody will just take some good practices and some of your experience that you shared with us. If you have any further questions, just you have another 1.5 days of the symposium to ask in between. And we also have all the list of the additional questions that we didn't manage to ask. Thank you very, very much, and well, see you after. And now I would like all of you to invite 2:45 to come here, so we will present you all the guides for the cultural visits, and we will have all the list of, if you forgot, in which group you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dear guests here in the audience, dear colleagues who are looking to us through the platform like the YouTube channel or the Facebook, let me once again welcome you at this second panel discussion of the second day of the European Remembrance Symposium here in the Tallinn. This panel is named 1989 Revisited, and will be devoted to recent research on various political, cultural and economic changes related to the years 1989 in Eastern Central Europe. Well, generally, when we speak about 1989, we could mention the Annus Mirabilis, the year of the miracles, the year which brought the fall of the communist regimes in the Central Eastern European countries, the year that brought the democratic revolution, the fall of the Iron Curtain, the end of the division of the Europe into the East and West. And we can see this as a transition from the totalitarianism to the democracy. There is, of course, a lot of topics which could be discussed, and I am really very glad that the invitation to today's discussion were accepted by three very well-known researchers who are dealing with the 1989 and the fall of the communism. First of all, my name is Peter Jašek. I am from Slovakia, from the Nations Memory Institute. I work there as a historian, and I am also, as a historian, dealing with these topics. I'm in the fall of the communism and democratic transition in the Slovakia. But before I will ask my guests the first questions, let me introduce them. The first of our panelists is Dr. Tobias Ruprecht. He's a global historian with a specific interest in the history of socialism and neoliberalism, focusing on Soviet and Eastern European countries' relations with the global South. He is head of the research group named Peripheral Liberalism, Market Economists and Globalization in the Soviet Union, Russia and China. At the Berlin Cluster of Excellence Condensations of the Liberal Script. His recent publications include the book named Pinochet in Prague, Authoritarian Visions of Economic Reforms and the State in Eastern Europe 1980-2000, which was published by journal Modern History in 2020, together with Bogdan Jakob, James Mark and Lubica Spasovska, the book 1989, A Global History of Eastern Europe, which was published by Cambridge University Press. Welcome here and thank you for accepting the invitation. Our second panelist will be Dr. Lars Frederik Stöcker. holds a PhD in History and Civilization from the European University Institute in Florence. Following postdoctoral positions at the universities of Tallinn and Uppsala, he has been working at the University of Vienna since 2015, currently as principal investigator of the bilateral joint project A Breach in the System, the Polonia Firms 1976-1994, together with Jerzy Kochanowski from the University of Warsaw. Among his latest publications is the monograph named Bridging the Baltic Sea, Networks of Resistance and Opposition During the Cold War Era, which was published by Lanham. Thank you very much for the accepting of the invitation and welcome. And our first guest of this panel is Dr. Paweł Ukielski, political scientist and historian. He's an assistant professor at the Institute of Political Studies of the Polish Academy of Sciences and the deputy director of the Warsaw Rising Museum. He was the vice president of the Institute of National Remembrance in the years 2014 and 16. He's a member of the executive board of the platform of European Remembrance and Conscience. And since 2019, he has been the chair of supervisory board of the platform. He was a lecturer at Collegium Civitas University, and since 2020 has lectured at the Graduate School of Social Research in Warsaw, and he's a co-author of the book 1989, Autumn of the Nations. Thank you for the accepting of the invitation. And I will start from the end and ask Dr. Paweł Ukielski a specific question at the beginning of this panel. The question will be connected with the name of your book. You know, there is the Autumn of Nations, 1989. But in general, it seems to me that the autumn is somehow more dark than the people consider the Annus Mirabilis. It is connected with the hope, with the summer, spring. Can you explain the name of the book?
Yes, thank you very much. And our book, in a more limited shape, first appeared in Poland in 2009. And since then you are, in fact, the first who noticed this title in this context. And that told me that it can be perceived in this metaphorical reference rather than just reference to the season when those events happened. And it was our idea that the most important events in the context of the whole region happened in the autumn. Fortunately, it was not American English, so it was not the fall of the nations. So in the translation, but still. So this is the easiest reference to the title. Of course, our book was issued, edited in English for the first time, thanks to ENRS also. I cannot show you, as my colleague did with his book, because it's online. But on the other hand, it's free to access from their website, so you can easily reach the book from your computers. In fact, in our thinking about the title, we were rather not thinking about the autumn as a controversial, to some extent, controversial term. We were rather explaining that why we focused in the title on the nations, because quite often it is also named the autumn of peoples. But we believed that the nations were the collective actor of the events, and the regaining independence and freedom of nations were the first step towards the independence and freedom of individuals, or personal freedom. Therefore, we believe that the title Autumn of Nations is the most fitting. Of course, in our book we don't focus only on those few months in case of each of those countries. Each chapter is divided into 3 parts. First are the last years of communism in the subsequent countries, then the annus mirabilis, it means 1989, and what is, I think, also very interesting is the third part in each of those chapters, so the reflection from 30 years perspective and how they deal with the past, with the communist past, and the legacy of the communism. So that's my answer to your question.
Thank you, quite interesting. I would also like to question, because I introduce you by your academic or professional CV, but of course you are, all of you, or each of you are an author of a very interesting book, so I would also like to ask Dr. Stecker the question regarding his book, if you could explain the way of the cooperation of the opposition movement from various countries in Eastern Europe, because it is of course the often discussing topic regarding the fall of the communism and the 1989, the role of the opposition and its cooperation, especially on the international way.
Does this work? Yes. You were referring to my book, or?
I mean the Bridging the Baltic Sea.
Yes. Yes, as is announced here, we are all supposed to be authors of books about 89. I have a slightly larger scope from 39 to 89 and even 91, so it's one of the moments. Yeah, the thing about the story of 1989, of course, we are not able to see this as a kind of separate national histories. Of course, this is thought as one entangled history that goes across the region, and even, which is often maybe underestimated, across the border between the Soviet Union and the neighboring socialist states. So in recent years there has been the debate, I mean even 2002, I think Mark Beisinger called the whole process which resulted in the fall of the communist regimes as a kind of 5-year period of thickened history, as he said. So there's a mutual influences coming from the Soviet Union to the states western of the border and back. The question of cooperation between the opposition movements, I mean, first of all, the aim or the trajectory was quite similar in most societies. Basically, you can break it down to the will for freedom, to the will for reforms, for dignity, because the reform blocking, first in the Soviet Union and after 85, very tangible also in the satellite states, if you want to call them that, was you had several Brezhnevs sitting in power. You had János Kadar, who was in power for more than 30 years in Hungary. You had Gustav Husak for 20 years. In Bulgaria, Zhivkov even for 35 years. So there was a tendency to placate the Soviet leadership, to value the stability of the Soviet bloc larger than the well-being and progress of the own people and the progress of society. So that was a reform blocking that led to an eruption. But if you look at the individual cases, you see that the opposition movements address partly different kinds of problems. I mean, every society had a different starting situation. With different degrees of suppression, with different degrees of political and economic liberties and freedoms. So the question is if we can really see a coordinated cooperation, even also because like the leading forces were quite different. Like in the GDR, you had the Protestant churches, which became a kind of islands of limited freedom from what actually was a police state. You had the very strong grassroots movement in Poland, which came from the factories. Basically, you had the intellectual roots of the opposition in Czechoslovakia. So the question is, maybe there will be more research on the topic, how much they actually influenced each other and supported each other during 1989. What is interesting to note, if we look at concrete support, we can see that Fighting Solidarity, which was a subgroup of the suppressed Solidarity movement in Poland, had a kind of direct support program for Ukraine, for Lithuania, for some of the closer Soviet republics, delivering books in Russian and Ukrainian, which were offered by emigres. There was a coordinated smuggling of printing presses, which mirrors the printing presses smuggled into Poland in the 80s from the West, which is quite interesting. But if you ask me concretely about the cooperation between the opposition movements, I think you see that most closely in the Soviet Union, actually. And this is what I've been working on more. I mean, we're here in Estonia, so I think it's worth mentioning, if I get one more minute, that, of course, you have the Baltic cooperation between opposition movements in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. This is widely known, I think. You have the very concerted remembrance of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which was denied by Moscow for a long time, which you couldn't go on your own. So basically you needed the neighboring republics as well. So this was a coordinated movement, but it wouldn't speak to other Soviet republics. We have a second strand which emanated from Estonia, the idea of economic autonomy, which was underblown by the discourse on Soviet colonialism. That became a quite strong image of like exploitation from the center. And this was an imagery which could travel throughout the Soviet peripheries and away from the Baltic region, and fell on good earth, even in Ukraine or even in Uzbekistan. So I think there you can see quite a coordinated or entangled history of opposition between very heterogeneous regions in the Soviet Union. And look at, for example, the role Lithuania plays nowadays for Belarus. This is a heritage from the Perestroika years when the Belarusian Popular Front was founded in Vilnius. Their journals were printed in Vilnius. So there has been this big brother kind of heritage which is still alive. Or look at the Estonian government, or Mart Laar, the former prime minister, who became an advisor in Georgia to help guiding the reforms in 2006. This is also a heritage of that time. Thank you.
I mean, of course, it's a very complex question because, for example, in the particular case of the, for example, development in the Slovakia or Czechoslovakia, the opposition were really encouraged by what happened in the Poland, for example, and in the Hungary when they saw the development which results in the overcoming of the communist regime.
And the question was, I'm sorry?
Just a small comment, you know, regarding
yes.
the questions.
No, I think you see that, like, by 1988, you really see the Baltics as a kind of avant-garde when it comes to, and then, like, after 89, the situation changes and they feel like lagging behind. So you have a certain power of influence and mutual encouragement.
Okay, thank you. And also the question to you, Mr. Ruprecht. You are an author of the book Global History of Eastern Europe. And my question is if you could explain the similarities and differences in the development in the various countries. I know that it is a very broad question, but some very specifics.
You were just offered free access to our colleague's book here. I cannot offer you free access, unfortunately, but I brought some coupons. So if you're interested, I left coupons by the entrance. You get 20% off at least. The book is called A Global History of Eastern Europe. And so with your permission, I would focus on this, the commonalities part of your question, because this was really what got us going with this book. The initial idea was our observation that there are, of course, plenty of books on 1989, and there are plenty of books on mostly national cases. And occasionally you get collected volumes, but still they just pile up the stories from different national cases. And our idea was to bring this together into one narrative. I should say, if I say we, I didn't write this book alone. I wrote this together with colleagues from the University of Exeter. This is James Mark, Bogdan Jakob, and Lubica Spaskowska. And each of us covered, or has a different regional expertise. I'm a historian mostly of Russia, James Mark of Hungary mostly, Lubica Spaskowska mostly is an expert on the Balkans, and Bogdan Jakob on Romania. But the idea, as I said, was not so much to just tell these national case stories again, but to bring this together into one narrative. So I will focus a bit on the commonalities that we see in the Eastern European history of 1989. And I want to give you perhaps two examples, one from the realm of the economy and one from the realm of politics. So, and also, it's called A Global History of Eastern Europe because what we tried to do in that book was not only to bring together these national histories from Eastern Europe, but also put them in the broader context of global developments from the 1970s to basically the present day. And we point at the many commonalities and forms of interaction that Eastern Europe, even before 1989, had with the rest of the world. So to give you one example, we have one chapter on globalization. And normally, when we think of Eastern Europe and globalization, in much of, almost all of the literature on Eastern Europe and globalization, this is a process that starts in 1989. And we point out in the book that actually across Eastern Europe, in almost all countries of Central and Eastern Europe, certain processes that fed into what eventually became globalization were already taking off from the 1970s. So there were movements towards at least a different way of thinking about the economy. There was a new way of thinking about marketization in most countries. This did not become policy in most countries, but the ideas were already there. So if you look at the development of how economists across the Eastern Bloc thought about markets, there's clearly a change toward a more openness towards marketization. In some countries, as in Poland or in Hungary, this also becomes policy. So you do have forms of market socialism, which in some ways prepares these countries for the deregulation and liberal globalization as it happened after 1989. And if you put this in a broader global context, it's very obvious that similar processes were taking place across the world. You see very similar processes taking place, especially in Latin America, to some extent also in East Asia and the Middle East. But especially Latin America is very important, and you can also see a lot of interaction between these two world areas, actually between Eastern Europe and Latin America. The usual story you read is always this of IMF advisors who were active in the 1980s in Latin America, and then they come to Eastern Europe to tell these people how they should reform their economies. And what we focus on much more is actually the perception of Eastern Europeans themselves of Latin America and structural reforms in especially the 1980s, which had an impact on the way in which people thought about the economy in most Eastern European states, even before 1989. And we think this is very important to understand the really fairly quick transition to market economies after 1989, which happened with, you could say, surprisingly little resistance, actually. And then we argue that this is very much to do with this, with changes that were happening in the years, or roughly 2 decades before 1989. So this is the example from the realm of the economy. Perhaps if I have some time left, briefly on changing political views, we also find out that in terms of political worldviews, changes were happening long before 1989 as well. Changes were important for the way in which 1989 eventually played out. So there's a very strong narrative about 1989 as a transition from totalitarianism to freedom, which is not entirely wrong, obviously, but changes were happening also at the level of political elites long before 1989. And we explore how political elites, again, across Eastern Europe in the 1970s and 1980s actually developed in ways that already prepared the eventually elite-guided transitions of 1989. And we again set this into a global context because we think this is a process that was not only happening in Eastern Europe, and again also in large parts of Latin America and in the Middle East. And we call this a de-radicalization of the left. And it was this de-radicalization of the left that allowed for the elite-guided transition of 1989, when these people who were in power in the late 1980s in most socialist countries in Eastern Europe were actually willing to get together with liberal dissidents, sit down and discuss, and were willing to accept a path towards parliamentary democracy. This did not come out of the blue. This was prepared. There were developments before 1989 that we underline. And again, to get back to the theme of commonalities, this is an observation we make basically about all Eastern European countries. Perhaps I stop here for now. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. The other question will be common for each of the panelists, and it is the question what we know and what we don't know about 1989. Could you see some topics which could be really researched in particular, or are the traditional topics like the political history exhausted from the 1989? I will start with you, Pavel.
Thank you very much. Well, of course, in the preface to our book, we devoted some space for explanation why we still believe that such a book should be written and why the topic is still worth of researching. Of course, I can say a lot about the archives, about new facts, about for example, the Soviet archives that are not easy to access, at least today. The analysis of the secret services archives, etc., etc. So there is plenty of topics that still need to be researched in a more detailed way. Second thing is that we have 30 years of perspective, so we can also re-evaluate the events of 1989 from the perspective what happened then. So how did those processes that were developed or ignited in 1989, sometimes, as you mentioned, a little bit earlier. But I will answer with my own research that I'm still doing, because I did not stop working with the year 1989. And with my personal attempt to find common interpretation or common pattern to those countries that we described in our book. Because I had the feeling when we were working that since 1990s, no new coherent theory emerged how to name the events of 1989. So we were still moving from the theory of deep reform and to the theory of revolution, with many ways in between, with the famous Garton Ashes revolution, so something with elements of reform and the revolution. And I had also the feeling when I was reading those theoretical approaches that all or almost all authors had some reservations also towards the notions they used. So they were saying, well, it was the revolution, but without some elements of classical revolution. Those who were rather on the side that it was the reform or deep reform. Well, it was reform, deep transition, but they were rather not referring to the change itself, so this moment of change itself, but rather what happened after that. So then, and in our book, we did not decide to refer to one of those. So we wrote in the end of the book that there were elements of different parts of that. And my idea was, and that could be a little bit controversial here, and this is what I'm working now on the theoretical level at the moment, that what happened in 1989 was a counter-revolution. The communism was imposed in a revolutionary way. Of course, the fundamental revolution happened in Russia, but it was then exported to, after the Second World War, to the other countries. And for me, the utopian vision or the ideology of total change of the society, not only deep change of power or something like that, but the ideology of total change of the society, which was also described by Hannah Arendt, who told that to have a revolution, there must be a kind of pathos of novelty. So this is what I understand under the notion of revolution. Of course, I was analyzing many theories of revolution. I had the feeling that it was taken out from political science to the sociology at the moment, and it was very widened, and almost every change now can be named a revolution. So I returned to the roots, and I defined a revolution as such a global, total change done upon a kind of ideology. And then it was clear to me that 1989 had no ideology. It was rather aiming in reversing the ideology imposed in the revolutionary way. Therefore, even though it was used by the Bolsheviks, but depriving the notion from the emotional context, in the context of political science, I came to the conclusion that 1989 can be described as a counter-revolution. And now, of course, I'm dealing with another problems with the notion, defining it, etc., etc. So this is what I'm working on at the moment. But this simple example shows that even on this basic theoretical level, we have a lot to do. Even with the fact, which was quite surprising for me, that when I came to the idea, I tried to find any definition of counter-revolution, and almost no dictionary of political sciences gave me any answer. So the notion was used but not defined. So this shows that the year of 1989 in Central Europe, Central Eastern Europe, can be still researched and deserves a lot of attention.
Thank you for your comments. Actually, I would like to encourage you to ask the questions to our guests after the main questions, but I am sure that these comments will encourage you even more. The same question to Dr. Stecker, what we know and what we don't know about 1989.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say that we have reached a finishing point, even if no sources appear again, you can always reread sources, and we are all, as historians, we are shaped by our own time, and I think our approach to 89 is different than maybe one half generation earlier, 10 years ago, and even more 20 years ago. So we are stuck in our own perspective. So of course, I mean, there is still plenty to think about and to categorize, as you have pointed out. The problem is also like, because trying to find one narrative that fits all these very different trajectories of as you call them, counter-revolutions, where shots were fired, but also where basically there was a kind of, how do you call it, an anticlimax from, in Poland, for example, where like the huge mass movement from below ends in a quite friendly negotiation compared to what happened in other parts. But thinking about 1989 from the historian's perspective, because this is what we're supposed to do as well, is also how has the narrative of 89 shaped our perspective on what happened after 1989, what happened before that in the region. And I think that we have in a way been prejudiced or influenced by the fact that this image of 1989, which still is often called revolution, right? Because it's also like the element of surprise. And I think this was very much, in the beginning, also a Western perspective, no? This is like this, maybe these nuances have not been realized. Maybe there was a lack of imagination, that something as stable as the post-war order could be altered. That this basically, this 89 surprise moment, which the wall fell literally, this is something that happens from one night to another. This is not a long process. And I think this has influenced the way in which we have perceived the history of the region for a long time. In the reforming countries or the post-socialist countries, whatever you want to call them, this same trick has been applied to have this watershed moment as a kind of legitimation for break with old elites, or for presenting yourself as a clear cut with the ancien regime, as being untainted. So I think this breaking moment has been used very much in the political imagination on both in the Old West and in the post-socialist countries. It was, of course, also very tempting because it rhymed so well with 1789 as a kind of European watershed. And it's a ritualized commemoration. We're here in the memory conference, so like this image of 1989 is always reconfirmed. But then there is more sensitivity at the moment, like for breaking what Polish anthropologist Olga Drenda has called political fairy tales. Also political fairy tales of transformation, of what came after that. And here I'm very much in on Tobias' line of thought. I think we are almost the same age, and we have a part of common education at the European University Institute of Florence. So I think we're trained by or influenced by similar trends in history. That what we can do as historians now is to place this watershed moment into the long flow, into the longer political, economic, cultural processes, to see how this watershed rhetoric fits in with the undercurrents, which are not as dramatically up and down as these very dramatic moments. So we try. Then it's also like a question how long back we want to go. But there is a tendency, as Tobias also has said, to focus on the socialist globalization from the 70s onwards, which is also what I'm doing at the moment, just to illustrate it for 1 second with this example of the example of the Polonia companies, which might not be a concept most of you who are not from Poland have heard about. This was a kind of getting hard currency for the Polish economy. So from 1976, Poles abroad or people of Polish origin abroad were invited to invest their capital in the Polish economy and establish own firms, which actually functioned as capitalist firms who could hire people, fire people, who could export their goods without being constrained in the same way as state companies. And this was a process which then led to even more opening up for foreign capital than even foreigners without Polish capital could invest their money in Poland. And this was a process which continued beyond all these watersheds, martial law and everything. Like business kept going on, and when Poland started its shock therapy, these Polonia company owners were among the richest people in Poland. So they already started the future, so to say. So this is more or less the approach.
Thank you. And Mr. Ruprecht, place for you what we know and what we don't know.
And do we know enough? Or we never know enough, do we? If I said this, we would make ourselves unemployed. You started your question with the question on the secret services. What else is there to get from the archives of the secret services? And I'm by no means an expert on secret services and their archives. But on the one hand, well, as I mentioned, I work on Russia, and good luck with getting into the archives of secret services in Russia these days. This is not going to happen anytime soon. And also I wonder, you probably know this much better than I do, but my hunch is that if we do more research in the archives of secret services in those countries where we can actually do this, we would certainly find a lot of new examples and confirmation of things that we already kind of know. So confirmation of the fact that these states were repressive police states and treated their populations not very nicely, which is all fine. I mean, there's not an argument not to do research in these archives by all means. This should be done, of course. It should be found out what these states did to their populations. Just if you think about 1989 in a more, I don't know, a more conceptual way, and you want to ask broader questions, how we should think about 1989 in the future, and how we should write our histories about 1989 in the future, I think this is perhaps not so much a question of finding more material from the archives, but thinking about other actors during the transformation of 1989. And I have two suggestions. One would be, as a research agenda on 1989 in the future, is to look a bit more at those people in 1989 and the years after who were either the losers of this process or at least the perceived losers, the relative losers of this process. History, as always, is mostly written by those who are the winners of certain historical processes, and there were also, at least subjectively, felt losers of this transformation. And there were other ideas than just the westernization and liberalization of Eastern Europe in the 1980s, which were still there in 1989, but then soon after were sidelined. Now, I'm not saying this because I particularly sympathize with these visions. These are visions from reform socialism on the left to authoritarian development on the right. And I don't think you need to sympathize with these, but there's a very important reason, I think, why one should deal a bit more with these alternative visions around 1989, and that is very much to do with contemporary politics. I think to understand the changes we see in Eastern European politics over the past decade or so are very much to do with different interpretations of what was actually happening in 1989. And we'll probably get back to this when we talk about memory culture in Eastern Europe today. And 1989, or the narrative that most of us grew up with and believed to know about 1989, is a very liberal narrative about 1989. It's a story of a liberal victory over repressive communism and a successful westernization. And if you look at the narratives that are presented by governments in countries like Poland or Hungary, they have very different stories to tell about 1989, and it's usually more seen as a treason of true interests of the nations, and a treason of liberal elites who went together with reform communists. And again, this is not to say that we need to sympathize with these narratives, but I think to understand the success or the political purchase of these narratives in Eastern Europe today, we also need to look back at 1989 and those who did not see themselves as the winners of this process. And the other suggestion I have for future research on 1989 is, well, I'm a global historian, so perhaps a bit of a biased view on this. I think more should be done on the view of Eastern Europeans in the run-up to 1989, not only of Western Europe and the United States, but also different places in the world, because Eastern Europe was not as isolated as we tend to think about it, and there were plenty of reform, well, there was plenty of reform inspiration from other places than just Thatcher's UK, Reagan's United States, or West Germany. One example, I think, there's been some research on this lately, but I think this is probably not, there still is some things to find out, is the example of Southern Europe and the democratization of Southern Europe. Portugal, Spain, and in Greece in the 1970s, and the transition model that was developed in Southern Europe. So there's this model of peaceful, elite-guided transition was first tried in Spain, rather successfully, which had quite an impact on liberal dissidents across Eastern Europe. One example. Latin America and the Latin American transition to democracy is another example. And also we can see that there are clearly links between Eastern European intellectuals and political leaders and Latin America, and then an inspiration, especially for these elite-guided transitions. And then also when it comes to the question of memory afterwards, there was quite some exchange, especially again between Latin America and Eastern Europe, about how to deal now with the memory of an authoritarian past. So I'd say these two areas might be a promising one for future research on 1989.
Thank you very much, and I will follow to your comments with the question, remembrance policy. How has changed during the last 30 years? And especially the question, are there the different view in the East and the West on the 1989? Mr. Ukielski, you could be first.
Well, of course, there is a kind of difference in the view between the East and the West, even though if we perceive it on the more global point of view, the 1989 finished the Cold War, or made that the West won the Cold War, in fact. And what is interesting, it was perceived as a victory to the greatest extent in the Eastern Europe or Central Europe, so those countries that were subordinated to the Soviet Union, even than in the West, I would say. Because the West, especially in the very beginning, was very careful or cautious towards what was happening in Central Europe, and the Central Europe was, well, regaining freedom, independence, so this joy was much greater than in the West, in the very beginning. Then, of course, all what you said happened, so I would see at least two waves of disappointment. First, in the 90s, when those economic deep changes, at least, or shock therapy, were imposed, and millions of people perceived them as you said, losers of the process. And another wave of discontent in Central Europe came a few years after joining the European Union, when it appeared that the Western paradise is not that paradise. And of course, it is combined together with the crisis of European Union itself. We can see, because I would be also very careful with making exception for the Central Europe. Similar processes of political processes we can see in the west of Europe, we can see in the United States, etc., etc. So this is not a Central European issue only. So this is my first remark. Second, more focused on what is happening in Central Europe itself, in the field of memory, because it is a topic which I'm most familiar with, I would see a pattern, a kind of model. The first decade, I mean 1990s, is a moment either forgetting or at least not paying attention to the history, to the remembrance. Focusing on the future, focusing on reforms, on transition. In Poland, we had a catchword, leave the history to historians. Let's look to the future. Today in the morning, we had discussion whether history should be left to the historians only on the first panel. So it was basically what was in more or less whole Central Europe in the decade of 1990s. Of course, it is a model, it is a simplification. Then we have the first decade of the 21st century, when a lot of new institutions of memory, of remembrance emerged in most of those countries. We have Institute of National Remembrance, Warsaw Rising Museum in Poland. We have House of Terror in Hungary, Institute of Nations Memory in Slovakia, Institute for Studies of Totalitarian Regimes in Czech Republic, Estonian Institute of Historical Memory, ICCMR in Romania, so plenty of them. Of course, again, it should be seen also in the global perspective. So the global situation also changed. In the beginning of 21st century, the era which was, again, simplification, but which was called by following Fukuyama the end of history ended. So in this global situation, also situation in Central Europe changed. A lot of memory institutions emerged. And what happens in the next decade, in the second decade of 21st century, those institutions which are stronger, which developed for several years, started to search for possibilities of cooperation to be more powerful in telling Central European, Eastern European story in the West. So several institutions that combine them, including Platform of European Memory and Conscience, including ENRS, and some more emerged. And also the politicians became more active on the field of European Union. So from my perspective, in the Central Europe, we can see such a pattern. First decade, focusing on the future and leaving history behind. Then another decade of establishing institutions of memory, and then searching for cooperation on that field.
Thank you very much. Dr. Stecker, same question to you. Remembrance policy, difference between East and West.
Yes.
It is different.
I'm sitting in a room full of memory experts. and I'm not. I'm not into memory studies, so you can think what you want about my comments. But from my humble perspective, and yeah, it made me think actually, the first panel today, that we as historians, we do our job and we follow our research interests. And we actually think very little, or I at least think very little about if I have any influence on memory. I think we have very limited, couple of my students, I think, but I don't have big institutions behind me and big money, so you are in an advantage here. No, but I think what I have, what I have realized myself, living many years in Estonia and in Poland, is the fact that what changed from the Eastern perspective, if we use Cold War categories here, is of course what you have also mentioned, the disenchantment with the West. And this is something which was a driving force behind many of the events that happened 89 before and after. In Estonia, if I can come back to the local context here, which I know better than many of the Central European contexts. In Estonia, the driving force for first economic autonomy, then for full sovereignty, and in the end also for independence, was always the argument that basically if we wouldn't have been occupied, we would have been on the level of Finland. Tracing back to the fact that in 1939 both economies were more or less on the same level. So there was this constant reference to the Western neighbor society. The same you could, of course, also see in West Germany, East Germany. They were equally mirrors of each other. And in Estonia, the daily experience of Finnish tourists coming over is working from 65 onwards, and you saw even the average working Finn can afford fancy dinners and then going to the opera. This made this comparison even more important and turned it into a driving force. So there was this idealist image of the West, and seen from the Estonian perspective, when you look at the discussions in the end of the 1980s, this applies to Poland as well, is that there were many discourses about a kind of third way which could be found, and it was the Swedish model which was discussed throughout the socialist realm, even referred to by Gorbachev as maybe a kind of best combination of socialism and Western social democracy. And the Swedish model, of course, quickly disappeared in the early 90s with the crisis, financial crisis, which affected both Sweden and Finland quite hardly. Then, if you follow the idea, I mean, there has still been a very strong movement towards here in the northern Baltics to have this Swedish society as a kind of egalitarian, consensus-driven society. So the Swedish model existed still in another way, even if you couldn't replicate the old welfare state, which did not even succeed in Sweden itself. And nowadays, I hear very much about when I'm here in Estonia, that basically we are Nordic and we feel Nordic and we want to become a kind of Nordic model society, but never as Sweden. So there's the feeling of basically Sweden has basically lost its guiding star position and is seen in many ways also as a failed society. So I think this is a quite dramatic change that has occurred in the last 30 years. While at the same time, there is still, in the Old West, so to say, there is still this instinct of being a mentor. And it might not be received as well as before, because the one directional dynamics is maybe not working to the same extent. But that's very pessimist. I don't want to be only pessimist here, because I think 30 years on, of course, there is so much talk at the moment about Poland and Hungary and the things that happen here. This is also a disillusionment of the West with its own image of 1989. This is because if you look in the years before, Poland, for example, there was always the notion of the democratic opposition. So that was, opposition has to be democratic. That was not, that was the popular image, and this was also the image that was conveyed in the narrative of 1989 as a kind of good fights over evil and succeeds. The Cold War glasses, if you want, which were used. There were very few people only who emigrates from Poland, like Józef Lebenbaum in Lund, who organized the biggest archive of visual evidence from Marshall War Poland. He had a huge network in the underground in the 1980s. And he said, okay, I'm not focusing only on solidarity that went underground. I will support all kinds of oppositional groups that exist. There was a huge undergrowth of all kinds of ideological directions, even groups that took up maybe some of the anti-Semitic heritage or the authoritarian rightist heritage of the pre-war era. And this was something that many Western observers didn't want to see or didn't want to understand. So I think there's a disillusion on both sides. But just to wrap up with the positive thing is that I think in the crisis years of the 2010s, we can be very happy that we have a security system that still has proved to work within the NATO and the NATO partners, Sweden and Finland. I think this is a positive development, and the windows of opportunities were wisely used. And then recently there was a conference in the Swedish Parliament dedicated to Swedish-Baltic relations 30 years on. And I think this is a success story. I think Nordic-Baltic region building is something that is not a revival of pre-war traditions, because the links were not at all that strong. This is something that developed in these watershed change years of 1988 and onwards. And this is a very positive heritage. We can look positively on 30 years.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Ruprecht, the floor is yours.
Yeah, the same caveat applies to me as Felix said about himself. I'm not a memory expert talking to a room of memory experts. I can just share some personal observations. And I was surprised about what you said earlier, that the memory of 1989 was more important in Eastern Europe than it was in the West. For me, as a German, West German originally, working on Russia, I always had the opposite impression. So in Russia, 1989, as a memory moment, never played an important role at all. In 1989, the state was disintegrating in the Soviet Union, in Russia, and people were busy with different things. And the social consequences of this were very dire, and there was no reason to cheer much for things that were happening in the countries around them. This was, and as a consequence, it never became much of a topos in memory culture at all. On the other hand, the West German or German perspective, I always had a sense that for Germans, 1989 was more important than for anyone in Eastern Europe, because it kind of confirmed the own view of the world. It was a confirmation of who we are on the right side of history, we won, our model of society is superior, everyone else wants to become like us. For better or worse, I don't want to be normative here, but I think this was a widespread perception. And you can really see how important the fall of the Berlin Wall, the 9th of November, was then in memory culture afterwards. And for at least the first 2 decades after 1989, the events that I also remember personally, this was always a big thing, a big celebration of the call it the superiority of their own model of society. And but this has changed lately, I would say, in the past 10 years or so. So if you look at the last 2 anniversaries of 9th of November in Germany, the tone has become slightly less celebratory, and the official speeches that were given by the Chancellor and the President, you could really feel that they tried very hard to be a bit more self-critical about the developments, about the relative losers in this process, the mistakes that were made, and something you didn't hear so much in the first 20 years of these celebrations. What else did I want to say about memory? There was something else. Yeah, you asked about the difference between East and West in the recollection, the memory of 1989. Again, a personal observation. My sense is, and perhaps we can pick this up in the discussion afterwards, perhaps you have a different view on this, but my sense is that this is no longer so much a East-West difference, but call it a class difference, perhaps. And I think what someone like, Frederick and I, fairly well educated, fairly well off urban Europeans think about 1989 is fairly similar to what two people like us in Warsaw or Tallinn or perhaps even Moscow think about 1989. And the differences are much more within countries, within societies. And perhaps the dividing line is no longer an East-West division, but a class division that we have across East and West. And I also want to finish on a more positive note, lest this become too gloomy a discussion here. I noticed in the celebrations 2 years ago, it's already 2 years ago, the 30th anniversary, it was not really commemorated as celebratorily as it was before in Germany. It was not celebrated much by the national governments in the usual suspects in Eastern Europe, but you could clearly see that a lot of social movements, younger people who took to the street in their protest against corrupt regimes, against populist politics across Eastern Europe, referred to the heritage of 1989 in a positive way. And so on a positive note, so there's still a embracing of the clearly existing positive moments of this transition in 1989.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bukelski would like to react.
Just a small clarification. Of course, when I was talking about Central Eastern Europe, I was not thinking about Russia, because Russia lost the Cold War. So definitely it was not about them. It was rather about the countries and nations that were subordinated to Russia, and the loss in the Cold War by Russia liberated them. So that was what I was referring to. And of course, Germany is a special case because part of Germany was in that moment in this Eastern Bloc. So of course, what you are saying is totally right. I was rather thinking about the states and the Western countries that were not divided.
I totally agree. This is my German and Russian bias.
Thank you very much. Now it's time for the questions. I guess that many interesting theses could be listened. So please just wait for the colleague bring you the microphone. Thank you.
First, thank you very much. It's very interesting. Of course, the speakers are quite inspiring and thought-provoking. And I guess they have a very difficult job being global historians. It's difficult to kind of get the common points of our countries and to get the theme, to identify a thread, if you like. I have 2 or 3 questions. I was curious first to get to follow you on the issue of counter-revolution. And of course, here, I come from Albania, our country has perhaps different narratives. But I think, and this is a question, it should be a counter-revolution if there is a revolution, breaking the system. In case of Albania, many would argue that it was not a revolution at all, it was an implosion after the Second War. The communists just captured the state, they killed And I think this is a narrative in many countries, so it's something that, I'd like us to further know. On the other question, you mentioned the fact that you are not sure if the regimes fall by protest or if there was a movement or regimes agreed kind of to let go their own power and open up to pluralism. Where I sit, I have all these Sigurimi files in Albania. I chair this authority. To my surprise, we have found many files of dissidents of the 88, 89, 90s. And if you see much more than before, I can really, witness this trend. And also if you see number of collaborators recruited by Sigurimi, in the latest year, the number goes high, meaning the oppression system, it's getting energized. They continue to do their job even better, employing more people. I mean, I got an idea listening to you that perhaps we need to focus, also making the science out of its numbers, statistics, even better, because in fact, it's a trend that we have seen. Myself, I was also part of the student movement going onto hunger strike. And in 91st, with the fall of dictator's regime, and this is my testimony, that we protested, but we have had fear of the regime. And in the moment they surrounded us, it was a clear conflict, strong conflict. It was not this, then they let go. No, it was quite a conflict in society. People knew what they wanted. And then we had this embassies crisis, and then people fleeing with the Navy, 100,000 and all this. The last comment, and thank you for being patient, all of you, with me, because I was very much, into discussion. Is that yes, when it comes to celebration, every year gets a little bit, more gray. Perhaps in our countries, I speak for my country, the dictator was bad, but democracy somehow it's a little bit disappointing with the high corruption and growth not being at the level that we wanted. We had these high hopes that things will move fast, and now I am becoming a grandmother. I am a grandmother, and then I see again, some hopes really far away. So perhaps, we should take into consideration this aspect, that disappointing democracies, quasi, not pure democracies. That's why we are not so proud anymore. Me also, I'm not so proud anymore for being an activist of change. And thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your question. Now the place for our panelists to make a reply or short comments.
So maybe I will start, because the first question was about whether there was a communist revolution or not. Of course, it depends on definition. Well, I came to a definition I can quote. Revolution is a rapid, fundamental and violent domestic change in political institutions, leadership and government activity and policies, accompanied by deep change in the social structure and system of values. Such changes are subordinated to a holistic ideology which aims to reorganize a society in a complex way. From my point of view, Albania fits totally. Communist takeover is a revolution because it fulfills all those points of the definition. And that's why, and even more, because we can, this is one of my, let's say, problems or the topics I'm dealing with my concept. In other countries like Poland, Poland, Hungary, to some extent also Czechoslovakia or Romania, this revolution came from abroad, so it was very strongly supported by the Red Army, etc., etc. And Enver Hoxha took the power without such a massive support of the Red Army. Of of course, it was not totally without support of Soviets, but not to that extent. So, therefore, from my point of view, it fulfills the definition. Of course, we can always argue on that.
Okay, thank you. The other panelists would like to reply. You can.
This is probably the key historiographical question on 1989, isn't it? Was this a revolution? Was this something that people who took to the street did, and then they toppled their authoritarian governments? Or was this rather a top-down affair done by the elites? The first approach is probably best represented by Timothy Garton-Ash, who was mentioned before, and this top-down approach is probably best represented by Stephen Kotkin and his Uncivil Society book. I tend to side a bit with the latter, to be honest. Ask yourself the fundamental question in 1989. What is it that kept, well, we know what happened in China. The same day the first more or less free elections were held in Poland, there was this, the Tiananmen massacre. The Chinese Communist Party sent in the tanks and they killed these protesters and they stayed in power. And what is it that kept the communist leaders in Eastern Europe from doing this? They could have. And we know that in several cases, I know from the case of the GDR leadership, they were reflecting on this. They tried to do this in the Soviet Union, but in several other countries, it was not done. There was a willingness to discuss, and I think this is a fundamental change in the mindset of reform communists in the 1980s that would not have been possible a generation earlier. So I think this changed political mindset of leaders is really key to understand the way in which 1989 played out in these countries.
Okay, thank you very much. And there were some other questions, as I can see. Michal.
Thank you very much. Michał Szyperski, Polish History Museum. I'm dealing as a historian with transformation, and I think it was really very inspiring discussion. But just let me just please ask my questions, because I'm really looking forward to hear what you think about that. So the first question is really, out of all the things that were said, is really a cohesive version of 1989 possible to be created? As simple as that, is it? And I mean, and shortly, if so, then how to do that? I tend to have really a significant problem with you not using or almost omitting the usage of post-colonial approach in here. Well, personally, I can say that probably I'm younger than you, and maybe I'm representing maybe a newer wave in a sense, or maybe the more radical in that sense, because I'm really of the opinion that 1989 is absolutely, there is a fundamental need to rethink it, revisit it, and just to maybe to crush the existing or not existing and sort of vision that we have now. And here it comes the question. I mean, if we are, because the global approach is something that I'm really hoping is we can really profit with that perspective. If we are to globalize the experience of Europe, or be that East Central Europe, how, if we globalize it, how this story of ECE is to be told? Because I mean, if we are to globalize it, we are already putting it in a certain frame, and it seems to me that in such perspective, ECE doesn't speak for itself anymore. Or maybe I'm totally wrong. If you may elaborate on that. And the very last question, we all know, or we tend to know, we talk about it a lot, that we know what the East took from the West, be that market, so on and so forth, civil society, like another utopia we had, or we still have. Okay, and then what West took from the East. Was it anything like that? Must have been something, I think. Thank you for that.
Thank you for the questions. Who would like to start? Not easy. Okay.
I can make a start, perhaps. Let me just pick out this question on what did the West actually take from the East. I can think of two things off the top of my head. And one is what I mentioned in my answer earlier today, the de-radicalization of the left as a global process that was happening in Eastern Europe, it was happening in Latin America, it was also happening in the West. And the radical left in the aftermath of 1968 in Western Europe had rather radical ideas of new forms of socialism. In some cases, as in the case of Sweden, even the prime minister of the country had rather radical ideas of third world solidarity. And alternative movements of the 1970s had rather radical ideas. And in the 1970s, these alternative movements, the case I know best again is the West German one, got in touch with dissidents in Eastern Europe. And a lot of the de-radicalization of these people who then formed the Green Party and in a couple of weeks probably will be part of a German government even. The de-radicalization of this generation was very much to do with things that they learned from dissidents in Eastern Europe. Their contacts with dissidents and what dissidents told them about the nature of the socialist regime. So this is one example of ideas that were taken by the West from the East. And the other example I could think of is what happened after 1989 with the rather radical deregulation of the economy in most Eastern European states. These were presented by liberals in the West as success cases and were taken as an inspiration to further deregulate the economies of Western European states as well. Think of one example is Andras Åslund, the Swedish economic advisor in Russia, who then returns to Sweden and says, now we need to do something else, something similar here in Sweden as well. They deregulated, their economies are fit for the 21st century, and we are lagging behind with our social democratic ideas. And similar examples you could find from basically every other Western country. Interesting, especially amongst social democrats, if you think of Tony Blair in the UK or Schröder in Germany, Clinton. It's, I think, not a coincidence that in the years after 1989, social democrats, socialists of a sort, turned to rather neoliberal ideas of how to reform the economy and make it fit for the new century. So this is also something that was taken from the East and influenced the West.
Okay. Some other panelists.
Should I?
Yes.
Or, yeah. Coming back to what Tobias just said, Philip Ter made this argument in his book Europe After 9 as well, that basically the West was inspired by the neoliberalization of the transforming economies. I don't know, is this what you believe as well? That the social democratic turn towards more harsh reforms was directly influenced by?
Of course, it's never a story of direct influence, but you can clearly see that there's a debate, for example, in the in the Labour Party in the immediate aftermath of 1989, and they discuss what kinds of lessons they can learn from the end of socialism in Eastern Europe. And of course it takes some time, and of course there are other factors that changes the economic thinking of the Labour Party, but I still do think that there is evidence for the enormous impact on the rethinking on economics amongst social democrats that was taken clearly from Eastern Europe.
I just wanted to go into another direction. If you think, I'm not thinking models here, what is transferred from East to West, but the case I know best, the Nordic-Baltic region building that actually I think has succeeded. And here I see a very clear long-term influence by especially the Baltic communities in Sweden, which consisted of war refugees, and there was also a very sizable Polish community in Sweden. And I think this has somehow contributed to a kind of Europeanization of Sweden as a Nordic country which still talks about Europe as somewhere beyond the Baltic Sea. And I think that through the numerous emigre groups from the other side of the Baltic, I think that Swedish geopolitical thinking and even Finnish geopolitical thinking has changed when it comes to common security. I think there the isolationist stance of the Nordic states has taken over some of the perspectives that are vital to the neighbors behind what once was the Iron Curtain. I think this is what I could think about, a kind of transfer in the other direction, spontaneously.
Thank you, Pavel Lukielski.
Well, of course, I won't answer all your questions, massive questions, at the moment, but I will rather extend them. Because if we speak about global view on that, so if we take into consideration the global view from the geographic point of view, so we should also take into consideration the depth of time. So 1989 is just a point on the timeline. Communist period in Central Europe is just a short period in history. So now the question is whether Central Europe is a specific region throughout centuries. And for me, the answer is obvious. Yes, it is. If we analyze books of Oskar Halecki or Jeno Such, who go deep into Middle Ages, there is still difference. In fact, according to Jeno Such, the difference between the West and the Central Europe was the smallest in the end of Middle Ages, something like that. So the Central Europe was the most Western in the end of Middle Ages. So I would like to draw your attention to that point of view. And going back to 1989 and my concept of counter-revolution, because one of the biggest problems with the counter-revolution is that the counter-revolution aims to reverse the revolution outcome. So, of course, nobody wanted to return to the year 1939 or 1938. One to one, let's say. Of course, symbolically, etc., but nobody wanted to return to that moment. But if we consider that the main idea was to return to the West, Kundera wrote about the kidnapped Europe, etc., and that was the idea that the West is the paradise. And we wanted to return there. I created such an idea that we, or the Central Europe, wanted to return to the path of development that was on the same path before the communists take over, so before the revolution. So not return back to 1939, but to the same path of development. And that was the famous catchword, return to the West, in fact meaning, from my perspective. So this is maybe not full answer, but this is my my remark to your massive questions.
Okay, thank you. There is a couple minutes remain, so one, please, last short question, if someone is interested. Okay. The microphone is off. We are sorry for that. Just wait.
Okay. Grzegorz Beren from Museum of the Second World War. What happened 30 years ago, it was because of the weakness of the Soviet Union. It was told by Paweł Ukielski. My question is, what is nowadays narrative in Russia about this year? What happened in Central Europe, in countries that used to be subordinated to the Soviet Union? What in Russia now are writing, talking about our experience?
Okay, thank you for the question. Please answer.
Again, I can only give an estimate. This is not really my expertise, but I think as for the case of Central Eastern Europe, also in the Russian case, it depends very much whom you ask. And probably you're most interested in the official state view of what was happening in 1989. And I think the official view is mostly about the loss of an empire. And very much linked to the probably correct notion that Gorbachev was a weak leader who let these countries go. And that Russia today needs a strong leader to make sure that at least those parts of the empire or of Russia, of the country, that are still there remain together. I think this is the official narrative you would get. And interesting, it just comes to mind. I mean, the Russian government is very interested in remembrance and history politics. And just, I think it was last year, they sent out a letter to all German history professors of Russia, and explaining to German historians of Eastern Europe and Russia how the Second World War actually started, and that they should look more at the role of Poland in the beginning of the Second World War. So you get a sense of, you probably knew this yourself already, you get a sense where the Russian government right now stands in terms of historical memory. But of course, one should always add, this is the official view. If you ask liberal intelligentsia people in the big cities, you will get a very different picture.
Okay, thank you very much for your reply. Our time schedule is approaching to the end of this panel discussion. So at the very end, let me really thank you, especially our panelists, Dr. Tobias Ruprecht, Dr. Lars Frederik Stecker, and Dr. Paweł Ukielski, that they accepted our invitation and shared their knowledge about the 1989 with us. Thank you really very much for a very interesting discussions and ideas. I would also like to thank you who are here in the audience, that you joined this discussion, with very interesting views, and please, of course, there is much more to discuss, so keep your ideas to the informal part of this evening. I am sure it could be really interesting. And I would also like to thank you who watch this panel discussion through the social media. I am sure that this was a very interesting discussion, and at the very end I would like to invite you for tomorrow discussions which will take place here during the last day of the 9th European Remembrance Symposium. Once again, thank you very much. Keep your questions, and I hope that it will be very interesting, informal and friendly discussions during the reception which took place right now. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, not now. In 15 minutes, the reception will begin, because we have one more activity of the cultural program. This activity will be shown on the big screen, so please take your places in the auditorium. Some of you have joined the excursion for the Pattery prison. You saw it. Now you know more about it. But not all of you did this. That's why we would like to bring Pattery prison exclusive history of 200 years to this screen here. Our institute financed a experimental documentary film about the Pattery prison. That was the film was made by a quite well-known Estonian filmmaker Riho Vestri, who has also background in history. He has a history diploma from the university. And this film is speaking with you with the voice of one man who, like he would be forgotten to Pattaya prison for 100 years, staying there and looking at all of those different prisoners of different times, being in Pattaya, suffering, and all of them have their quite unique story. Pattaya was, as a building, established in the beginning of 19th century. It was a basically fortress and an army barracks for 1 century until the Russian Revolution. After it was a criminal prison of Estonian Republic during the first period of independence. And from 1940, it became partially a political prison. And for many, many families in Estonia, this place, Pattaya prison, is a really dark place of dark memories. So it consists a lot of experiences of different generations. And this shooting, the film, is made without any person figurating there. It's only Pattaya itself and the stories. And the translation will be provided to Estonian language too, for those who need it. So, lights off, please.
I have seen them all. People in prison because of their ideas, the resistance fighters, the freedom fighters, those taking a stand for a better world, those clinging to the old order, tooth and nail, those opposing change, the various manifestations of them. First, there were the communists. Russia used them for an attempted overthrow of the Republic in 1924. but no such luck. Many were sentenced to prison for life. There was a young girl, or her mother, poor, starving, and angry, with scant education. She took to studying in prison, immersed herself in learning Russian, hated the prison guards, the Republic of Estonia, and God. She believed that communism would make a better world, a fairer place for all people. That faith was all that she had. After having recovered from the shock of a life sentence, she became hard as a rock, adapted to the circumstances. On the 1st of May, she and other comrades burst into a rendition of the Internationale. She took up the tune and was soon joined by the voices from the other cells. She was often placed in solitary confinement. It was cold there. She was not allowed to wear stockings. Clean clothes were a rare treat. The food was unbearable, cold, damp spaces, mold, hunger, no fresh air. The cough persisted. The young woman's speech was distorted by rheumatism. Her face was grey. She died in the prison's hospital ward, without God by her side, and with a couple of sentences in Russian to cling to, perhaps. She never came to know the Republic of Estonia, never got the chance. The Republic was in its infancy when they wanted to overthrow it. Those who survived were released in the final years of the Republic. Then came the members of the paramilitary VAPS movement, who were arrested and accused of planning a coup. The Europe of 1930s was searching for a solution to the crisis that had hit the young democracy. Populism and autocracy were gaining ground. As a young man, he served in the Imperial Russian Army, then fought in the War of Independence, was actively engaged in birthing the new Republic of Estonia, worked as a diplomat, pilot, electrician, composer of operettas, businessman, writer, con artist, and grand liar. A master at living. When he initially arrived at the prison, he was slightly taken aback by the overflowing latrine and the clogged showers. He saw the communists, those actually responsible for the downfall of the Republic, who had already been here for 10 years, while he was puking for the first time, standing over the latrine. He saw the greenish hues on their faces and their figures hunched from malnutrition. He saw political prisoners sentenced for life. They were maybe only 30 years old, but it was nearly impossible to tell their actual age. He saw that political prisoners were treated the same as wet work men, meaning murderers. When he saw all that, his mood turned pensive for a good while. But he got out pretty soon and escaped to the west. With the 1940s came a true roller coaster. As the Second World War broke out, regular people that had nothing to do with politics began to suffer at the hands of the system. The communists coming from the east and the National Socialists originating from the west tried to top each other. Even their victims often overlapped. It was a matter of who could get their claws into them first. But even then, fate was merciful to a selected few. I mean, among those whose chance of survival was the smallest. I mean the Jews. Those who managed to survive by some miracle, and maybe later even to forget some of what had happened, to live to almost 100. Local Jews were brought here, but some arrived from Czechoslovakia. There were even some French Jews once. One night, I hear a shuffling, dragging, strange sound, which feels disturbing even under the circumstances. I look out of the window and see a long grey procession of human wrecks dressed in some rags. Jews. Gypsies were also brought here. Men, women, children, grandmothers, everybody. The Mitrovskis, Kozlovskis, Induses, and Siemens. Entire families arrived. I remember a girl, about 15 or 16 years old. She asks me, "Are you the boss here? Do you want me? Do you like me? Aren't I pretty?" I was no boss. She was dizzy from hunger. I gave her some bread. Not that I had that much, but I gave it to her. I could not bear looking at her like this. Never has Bathory been so overcrowded as in 1944. That was when the communists returned and declared that the reign of peace had begun. People were sleeping everywhere, under the bunk beds, on windowsills, on the floors by the doors. The new arrivals included the young and the old, men and women, and among them, a poet who was shoved in through the door, a young man, well-educated, sensitive, skinny, pale. A talented son of parents of slightly ill repute, considered a saint by some. He had the habit of catching others off guard with a crude joke. With an air of aloofness, he listened as others recited his poetry by heart. He slept by the latrine. That was as far as he got. When they came for him at night, I wanted to be there, watching to say goodbye to him. But as it happened, I was not able to, as my hair had frozen to the wall as I was sleeping. I slept on the bunk by the window. It was winter time, and the icy wind blew in through the windows. So I missed seeing his back disappear in the doorway. He was said to have collapsed in Siberia while logging in the forest, right at the beginning, and he died. Word of his death got stuck, wandering among the spruces in Siberia. It took a long time for it to reach home, to reach his wife. She tried to do something, clumsily, with a low, breaking voice. Swallowing all her pride, she approached the people of the new era, begged and pleaded with them, but there was not much even they could do. When it seemed that everyone had given up, when most of the Forest Brothers, members of the National Resistance, had been caught or shot dead, the schoolboy arrived. His father had been taken away, and now he, still wet behind the ears, was the freedom fighter. Remembering the Republic of Estonia only through his parents' eyes, it seemed flawless to him, almost paradise on earth, an ideal country. He spent a short while here, together with the wet workmen. He waited until his sentence was delivered and had braced himself for worse than what actually followed. He was taken to a camp. He served the entire sentence, every day and hour of it. Looking back on that period later, he called it a young pioneer camp. When he was released, he headed to the city of Tartu. He realized that it was better to keep the topic of the camp under wraps. He became alienated from his fellow freedom fighters. He was a dissident, a hippie, a night watchman, and finally, the editor of an intellectual magazine. He never went to university, preferring to remain an autodidact and take all the good and bad that came with that status. It was a matter of principle. He drank, he loved, he quit drinking and abandoned his drinking buddies cold turkey. He read books while keeping watch in his booth. He entertained selected friends, sharing his wisdom. He lived to an old age, longer than many of his contemporaries who had never been to the camp or a prison. You could end up here for whatever reason, whether you believed in democracy or dictatorship, or whether you were dragged here from your detached ivory tower and your quill pen was torn from your fingers before you could finish a verse. You could end up here whether you were an avant-gardist or backward-looking. It all depended on the system you happened to live in and failed to adapt to, for whatever reason.
So this is the place where we will open the International Museum by 2026, hopefully. Before you go for a dinner, I would like to remind you that the registration tomorrow starts at 9:15, and we start with the final day of our symposium tomorrow at 10 a.m. Have a nice dinner.